Oh,
She'll
good.
be sleeping.
Hmm.
Just
I've
a
remembered
little guy.
I rolled a high initiative, which is terrible because I like rolling low initiatives because it gives me a long time to figure out what
See
I'm
what
doing.
everyone else
I
does.
know. No, I'm like, I think I'm
Roll
like
low initiative's the way to go, baby. Let everyone else do stuff.
literally, I'm so excited to go last, or not last, but close to last. I need to see what
Yeah, no,
happens
metal
first.
metal is going last.
Whoop! So exciting.
You rolled a 4 for initiative, so yeah,
Mhm.
you're
Mhm,
lowest.
mhm. Nice. Perfect. I will see what's
Congratulations,
going
man.
on. I will see everything that's going on, and then I will make a call on what to do.
Yes, you'll make the objectively correct decision because you were
Yeah.
last. That's definitely how it works.
It's what that's what happens. I'm gonna see what powers work. I'm gonna see what methods don't work, and then I will go.
All right. So, you have all entered the ruins that seem to be the origin of the device that is missing, known as Mordital's ampule, or the bomb, as you've been referring to it. Um, there you met May and Sinner and have been exploring the ruins. Fish got cozy with a demon thing, releasing it from its captivity and working with it to create a vessel, a sort of permanent body for it, so that it doesn't kill fish in the process. Um, as you were exploring through the ruins, you managed to get across a large crevice that had sort of split the facility. And as you explored deeper, you found a little lab that had been home to uh, quite a lot of bats over the centuries and millennia. And in that, you found a small baggies worth of a red powder, as well as some little written records and a little medallion um, with symbols on it. Don't know what either of those do. But eventually, Jonas led you into this part of the facility and warned you that this part of the facility was sort of separate from his security overview. So you got a little bit tagged by one last trap that seemed to be sort of guarding the way out of here, a fire trap. And then he warned you as you were entering that this was the lab that prototyped the development of beings that you've unfortunately heard of, if not fought against, Hollow Men. This is, of course, the millennia's old prototype version, so maybe a little different, maybe quite different. They definitely look significantly uglier and also rougher. And Sinner's experience warned you that when he tried to punch one, it was not particularly effective. Yes, the vial went down from 25 to 20 because I redid my math and realized 25 was probably no bueno. Um, And with that, we will get started. Let me see. I need Vienna. Yep. And that's it. Okay. We are going to start out now in this lab. Um, Fish and May have just opened the doors to reveal a pentagonal room with 5 little platforms spaced around the room, with little with rubble and broken pieces of roof littering the area. In the center of the room is a large tank containing a bubbling red liquid with wires and tubes running from the tank to the platforms, down into the ground, and up into the ceiling. And wandering around these weird little prototype hollow men, seemingly nothing more than a yellow bag of leather of some kind, inflated with a horrible gas. eyes pocking it in every direction, and walking on sort of chicken-like legs, seemingly made from wood. And so we will begin with May up first and Cal on deck.
Okay, May's gonna roll perception right out the bat.
Okay. Give me a perception check and tell me what you were trying to perceive.
It's a 22 for me. What I'm trying to perceive is what specifically the tank. I'm gonna try and ascertain what the tank might be in the middle and how it relates to the platforms around the room.
With a 22, you said?
Yeah.
With a 22, it's sort of like, it seems like a source. It seems like these platforms, you can see that the platforms have, with a 22, you see that the platforms have some tubes going to it, some weird kind of holes, and seemingly a yellow like thing over the center of each one, like a hole in the middle covered by something yellow, and the tubes seem to run to that. So it seems like whatever is happening with these platforms, the tank is a source.
Okay.
With the 22, I will also say that the color is not dissimilar to the powder you found, but you're not sure how that would relate to anything.
Okay.
And it does seem, 22 is also enough that you can see in like the little bit of headroom that is left in the tank, the liquid is sort of bubbling into a gas, and so it seems to be liquid because it's pressurized.
Nice. So I reckon I'm correct about my assumption that the red ship was powering the Holloman. Okay. And just confirm, they are 100% aggravated. They are coming for us.
As you open the door, you see that there are the ones on the far side of the room seem to just still kind of be wandering, but the ones closest to you immediately turn towards you and just start letting out weird sounds and get very aggravated. And looks like they're gonna start charging you.
Okay. Without, is it obvious there are any symbols, by the way? Like, they don't have to roll for, just generally there are symbols in the room?
Yeah, there's seemingly some kind of areas of symbol work on the floor, kind of on the walls, on the tanks and pipes. Nothing that looks like, kind of a record of what's going on here necessarily. It just looks functional, like it's supporting whatever is happening in here. And although it's not on the map, there are a couple like scattered like tables you can see that have been kind of destroyed over the years. Little implements and tanks around the edges. This is clearly a lab of some kind.
Okay. I think the platforms are going to produce more of these bastards. So I'm going to have May walk as close as she can to the tank. I don't know if I want her to attack, though. I want to wait to see if they actually attack me. But she's going to have her whip at the ready.
Okay. So you are...
Let me, let's see if you move her to, like, as close as she can in this direction.
Okay. And you are looking to get close to the tank and sort of ready in action, ready for aggravation?
Yeah.
What are you planning on doing?
I just want May to be, like... I don't want her to attack yet, but I just want her to have her weapon at the ready.
You can
Mainly
ready your
there.
action as your action. So being like, if one comes at one of us, then you'll attack it.
Oh, okay. Then I do that. And I'll have her do that with the whip, because I don't want to use the gun.
Okay, you pull out your whip and you hold it in your hand at the ready, and if any of the hollow men make aggressive moves towards you or anyone else, you're going to attack what?
The nearest, like whichever
The nearest-
Hollow Man is.
The nearest Hollow Man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. That is Cal's turn with Isle on deck.
I'm gonna do an Arcana check. I'll try to do 2, but if you only let me do 1, I'll just start with an Arcana check on the Hollow Men because I think Cal's probably not familiar with them. Do they have a soul? What degree of living are they? Yada yada.
Give me an Arcana check.
Love to see it. That's a 27. Give me everything about these, baby.
27. You do know about Hollow Men because you read a book, not really a heretical text, but one of those ones where Avitinidus was like, you don't need to read that. It's fine. This doesn't have to do with our stuff. But it was basically about whether kind of constructed beings have a soul, whether they could be endowed with a soul in some way. And so you know about Hollow Men because they were an example of this author's experiments, and came to the conclusion Hollow Men are entirely constructs, just kind of animated by magic. There's nothing even innately living about them. And the author, they did not naturally have a soul, and the author could not anchor a soul within them. So it's just kind of, the author kind of came to the conclusion that if you could give other constructed beings a soul, they have to be more complicated than this. These are kind of like a living bookshelf that can
Got it.
attack you.
Cool. With my 27, I would like to follow that up and basically get an understanding of how intelligent these are, and if they are basically just operating on like the most simple orders possible.
With a 27, you don't know about these specifically because they are so ancient, but you do know that standard Hollow Men, as well as this kind of like class of construct of like of thing, is very, very dumb and usually just kind of sits and waits for orders and doesn't do anything without given orders. You can see that these things are clearly aggravated. They're moving around. They're making threatening kind of movements towards May, who has now run out into the center of the room. So it may be that one of the early kinks that they worked out was instead of the modern ones being like passive without being given orders, these ones might be aggressive without being given orders. But they are very stupid. They're not very smart in any way.
Okay, so taking May's lead to be non-violent, I'm going to turn to the rest of the group and be like, I'm going to investigate, be cautious, and then I'm going to turn to Metal and say, keep an eye on them. And then I'm going to just do a full bonus action movement to get as far across the room as I can.
As far across the room as you can. Okay.
Because I want to get to that door, question mark?
Yeah, because there is no sort of active, everybody's holding themselves ready rather than kind of actually taking up room, swinging at stuff. You do manage to kind of politely push your way through the others that are kind of blocking you. That does take up some of your movement.
Yeah.
Essentially like difficult terrain. And then I would say after that, yeah, pretty easily, if you're using your action and your bonus action dash, you could end up about here. And if you want to examine the door or whatever, I can give you another free perception
Would
check.
love to examine that door.
Mhm.
Now, would that be perception or arcana?
Perception.
Okay. Not great. Only a 5.
With a 5, it looks like a big door. It's
Cool.
clearly like sort of a reinforced metal of some kind, it looks, even with a 5, I think it looks weirdly thicker than kind of the other doors you've seen in this facility. And I think you noticed that when you came in, you're like, oh, the door in here was also weirdly thick and like bank vault like.
Yeah, to keep out whatever goddamn evil powder gas is in here.
So
I don't know if Cal knows that. I know that.
So, you know, you can see that it's sort of a big, heavy door.
Yeah. Any sigils on it?
With a 5, you just see kind of like it looks complicated. Your eyes kind of skate over it. You can pretty easily see a couple of latches. If there are additional like locks or a magical opening or something like that, you don't notice.
Well, I'll just say, Miss Gladly, if you want to maybe make your way over here, if nothing else happens in the meantime, and that'll be the end of my turn.
May just like wave the hand acknowledgement, I guess.
Oh, was there a? Did we count my bonus action as movement as well, or just my act? Okay, cool.
You did
so that
your
was
action,
movement,
your bonus action, and your movement. Yes.
Okay, and that only got me that far.
Yeah, it should be. It was 90 feet. You used like 20 to just kind of push people out of the way.
Pardon me.
You know,
Sorry.
difficult terrain, which doubles the amount of movement required. And then over here.
Yeah, none of you will fucking move. And also,
like,
Cal goes out of her way to not touch anyone.
Yeah. And then getting over here across the room is like 65, 70 feet. So that's the rest of it.
Go. I'm done.
That is Isle's turn with Fish on deck. I will say with Caligulus' 5, you are focused on this door. You don't see that all of the hollow men on kind of this back half of the room that you have now interrupted are kind of like and clearly focus on you. Because their eyes wrap all the way around them, they don't have to turn towards you to like glare at you, and they seem to be focused on you and are making kind of aggressive movement. Sometimes there are little pieces of flesh that open and close with little eyes, but it also just has weird eyes around its entire bulbous body. It's got an eye on top of its head, it's got an eye where its butt's supposed to be. It's just a ball that's covered in eyes. All right, that brings us to Isle's turn with Fish on deck.
Okay. So after Cal was like, okay, everyone, like, be careful, Isle goes, and, like, puts her spear away. Like, fine. After having pulled it out her butt or whatever.
Fine, twist my arm.
But yeah. I think, like, when she sees them start to get aggro, she's gonna be like, okay, are we sure we want to not try to get them?
Let's keep an eye on this. I would like to figure out this room before we start making too much action. They're not intelligent enough to really understand more than the most simple orders, and if we start, say, breaking or modifying things, that will cause them to act. And I want to know that we are confident in what we are doing before we start that.
Isle nods, and she is going to move. She'll walk on top of Center and Metal and Fish's heads, like the training sequence in Hercules. And she's going to try to get close to this egg.
Okay. By the time you push through everyone, you can get to about here. You still have a action and a bonus action.
Yeah. I think let's get as close to the platform here. Where is, like, oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. I guess get like right all up in it, and then I guess she will take a closer look. I'd like to do a perception check on this, see if anything. I specifically want to see if I think that like cutting off the tubes or whatever will do anything.
Okay.
And then I'll be readying an action for if the Hollow Men attack.
Well, if you move any more, that would be your action.
Oh yes, you're right. Okay.
You can try to make a
Can-
perception check from here and not get any closer, if you want.
I'll make a perception check from here.
Okay.
Yes.
And that'll still let you ready your action. Okay. Give me a perception check on this Hollow Man and the platform.
That's a nat 1, folks. It's a 7, but it's a nat 1. Isle's too busy being... I feel like Isle would probably think these motherfuckers are cool. I don't, but Isle would be like, yeah, fucking freak, respect. So,
Yeah,
she's too like, can I turn into that? Can I do
Yeah.
this?
Isle's coming in and she's like, okay,
She falls in love.
these things are clearly aggressive, but it seems like May and Cal don't want to act quite yet. I'm just gonna mean mug this thing, and you're like, which eye do I meet? Which eye
Yeah.
do I meet? Which eye do I meet? Oh, this is so sick. It's kind of cool. Oh my
Yeah.
god, you're resisting my glare so well. Okay, are you going to ready an action? What are you gonna do with that action?
Yeah, I'm going to be ready to attack this closest Taliban if they come at me.
Okay, if they come at you specifically. Okay. Then that gets us to Fish's turn. With the Hollow Men on deck, as soon as Fish opens the door and starts moving, Jonas is just like, these fucking freaks.
Fish says, okay, yeah, I get that, but what are we looking for in here specifically?
You feel a little bit of a nudge as your eyes are drawn over to this door over here by Jonas, and he says, through that door, but I worry about letting these things into the room beyond. Wouldn't want anything to get damaged.
Right, clear them out first. Sounds good.
Perhaps, or run through and seal them out. Whatever you need to do.
Fish, doesn't take it out yet, but they're preparing their paired magnetic daggers and going to hold action for, if any Hollow Men, come along. So we're just going to follow in that pattern. And
Are you going to move at all?
Yes, move basically as far as they can go, which would be, I don't know, they'll come up alongside May. How about that? How about here?
Right there, you're holding your action, just attacking with the paired magnetic daggers if
Yes.
the Hollow Men come close or are aggressive.
Yeah, and also while I'm here, I'd also like to make a perception upon the tank, if that's all right.
Yeah, go for it. Make a perception check.
18.
With an 18, because you're so close, you can start to see in like little clear panels in the tubes that the liquid is moving through, and into the floor and across the room, and you notice really quickly that at some point it turns from a liquid into a gas as it seems to be running to these platforms.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about that?
Oh, you're asking Jonas. I thought you were asking May. I only know that the researchers here believed the materials they worked with were dangerous. I heard a lot of talk of poison.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. That's me done.
All right. Holding your action. That is the Hollowman's turn with Sinner on deck. Now that you have actually entered the room, you can tell that the creatures are aggressive but also dumb. So they were more not reacting out of kind of weird shock that a thing was entering their room rather than anything else. So they instantly start gibbering as you all run in and immediately start making aggressive actions. They're just kind of vibrating and like blah 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 blah, blah around, and now they're going to rush at you. Hollow Man 1 is going to rush at Isle, so she's going to get that attack of opportunity. Give me a attack roll with your glaive.
How do I know what is my plus proficiency plus?
I'm pretty sure I gave you the details, but it doesn't look like you put it in the
no.
count. Let me.
No, I'm also.
I message it to
Put
you.
everything else in, I swear.
Just jumping in to say that since Kekano is over by Metal on the map, Kekano is on Metal's shoulders.
Okay.
I know
was
that.
going to ask and I forgot. Okay, let me just look up your glaive info real fast.
Well,
Did
I know
Kekano
it's
do-
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say, did Kekano do anything on Fish's turn?
If Kekano is going to stay with Metal, then what he would kind of do as a default action is to stay with Metal and give her advantage on one of her attacks.
Just wanted to make sure we remembered, because I know a lot of time we go, oh shit, we forgot Kekano's turn.
I know that it's 1d10.
Yep.
But
Hold on, let me write this to you.
Thank you. Sorry about it.
Look up your stats. Okay.
I'm making the icon on the saxophone.
Okay. There's your details. So roll a
Wonderful.
d20 and do +5.
Well, that was a 4. So,
Okay, for a total of 9.
yeah, so nothing.
You pull out your glaive again as this thing runs aggressively at you, and you're like, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have put it back away. And you're trying to click the two halves together, and then you just kind of like swipe to keep distance. And it runs at you and is going to make 2 attacks.
Ready? Are these fuckers just really fast? Are we fighting Sonic the Minion Hedgehog?
They are fairly fast. They're also fairly weak, but they're kind of like pack creatures. You know, there's a lot of them.
So it's like when the people get eaten by like dachshunds.
Sure, yeah. People get eaten by dachshunds.
That was
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
that happened, right? Am I
Where did
crazy?
I put it? There it goes. That is 1 miss and 1 hit. You are going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Cool. And that is Hollow Man 1, still kind of chittering at you guys and being super weird. Hollow Man 7 is going to make an aggressive move towards Cal. And which you weren't holding an action because you ran across the room. So it's going to come up and try to kick you in the face. That is 1 hit.
Face she doesn't have.
Yep, face she doesn't have. It's true. Kekino is too far across the room to say that, but we all know it. Cal doesn't have a face. That's going to be 4 points of bludgeoning damage to Cal. Hollow Man 6 is going to run up from this side.
Fucking never
direct
ending.
line, attack. That is 1 miss and 1 nat 20 for a critical hit.
Oh my god.
So
Somebody put them out of their misery.
that will be 14 points of damage as it just does a flying kick into your stomach with its weird little chicken legs. This Hollow Man goes over here, but is too far. This one is going to run down towards Fish. This one is going to run down towards Fish and make it, but Fish had the paired magnetic daggers, so as soon as it starts being aggressive, I'll do an attack on that one. Give me an attack roll. You throwing it, I assume?
Actually, I think for the first one, I'm just gonna stab it.
Stab it. You got it. Okay, then it does
And-
get close. Give me that attack roll.
Yes, and as this is happening, okay, I rolled 2, and that's a +1 as well, so 3. Fish, as it stabs the thing, goes, "Down, boy!" And also, like, you know, says it in base speech as well as English, just to cover all bases.
So you got a 3 to hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, no, that was my attack. Sorry, I was rolling the d4. That was bullshit. Oh, 13. 13 to hit, 3 attack.
You do hit. Is your paired magnetic daggers really a D4? I feel like it should be a D6.
It's a d4.
It is.
Damage, 1d4 plus 1.
Yeah. Okay, cool. You
The d4 is Fish's die.
Yeah, you just go and you stab it right in the eye. How much damage did it do?
3.
Okay, 3 damage. You can see that this thing is... that was kind of a significant amount of damage. It seems like it did not take that well, as it's immediately like... but as you pull the dagger back
Lower
out...
pitch. Lower pitch. We can't hear you. No.
I don't want to hear it. I actually
Yep.
don't want to hear it. so
I
this
have to
is
hear
just
it
fine.
regardless, okay? I don't get to opt out.
Yeah. As that sound, as you pull the dagger out, you have punctured it a little bit, and a jet of poisonous gas goes right into your face. You take 4 poison damage.
These are the worst Pokemon ever.
Okay. Don't put holes in it! This is just to everyone.
Oh, actually, you see that, sorry, I wrote this down, but to not actually mention it. When you, stabbed it, it was like a balloon. Like, you gave, and then your knife just, like, way in. And it did way more damage than you feel like your stab should have. So clearly it's weak to stabs, but also it jets you with poison. And then...
Did its little scream tell me anything?
It does not seem to be able to communicate with you. It doesn't. It doesn't say anything that is any kind of like communication, even in bee speech. Not even like a very simple idea. And give me a free perception check. When you when this thing screams and you yell at it.
21.
With a 21, you realize that it is not actually even communicating with the other Hollowmen. The other Hollowmen are reacting to the noise of it's making. The noise it's making and it getting hurt. It's not actually communicating any ideas, and you realize that this thing is so unintelligent, it cannot communicate. It then tries to kick you as you are pulling the dagger out of its eye, and it just completely whiffs and almost falls to the ground.
Idiot.
Number 2 is going to run over and try to get you from this side. As soon as it gets within range of May's whip, I'm going to have May do that attack.
Yep, so remind me, is it D20 first and then the D8?
Yep. D20 plus whatever it says to hit.
Yeah.
And make sure you're telling me what kind of damage you were doing on each of these
Slashing
attacks.
damage.
Because it does matter.
Okay, so it's a 14 for the D20, and it is a 5 to hit, and I'll do the damage roll.
Okay, 14 plus 5, 19.
There's also a +1 for me. Sorry, so it's 1d8 plus 2 for damage.
Okay, roll your 1d8.
Yeah. It's a 3.
Okay. 3 plus 2, 5 damage. You see that as you whip this thing, your whip coming out a little spark of magic on the end of it as it hits this thing. It just kind of like splits open the skin like a grape, and it does way more damage. So it actually does 10 damage instead of 5, and you realize it is also weak to slashing. It then, you see a bunch of poison hiss out of that wound, and you are too far away to catch it in the face.
So
as
Patrick has the point.
your whip has a reach of 10 feet.
Yeah.
And then as it runs through, it mostly stumbles as you whip it essentially across the back. Not that these things have a back or a front. As it runs at Fish to do 2 more kicking attacks, which is miss and hit. Wait, wrong die. That is 8 bludgeoning damage.
Everyone say your goodbyes to Fish.
Is Fish
Metal,
down?
Metal, I gave you one job.
No, I'm just saying like it's happening
Okay.
because they're at 10 now.
Okay, cool.
Death by minion.
Take your healer kit, please, sweet baby Metal.
It is, we got 2 more Hollow Men, and then it's Sinner's turn with Metal on deck. Hollow Man 8 runs at May, 2 kicks. That, I think, is 2 misses. Let me double check. May has a 13. Nope, that was a 13. Okay, 1 hit. For 3 points of damage. No, sorry, 4 points of damage, bludgeoning damage. And this number 9 is going to run over this way, and it gets to here and is just being angry. That brings us to Sinner's turn with Metal on deck. Metal and Kikino. Sinner is going to see this happen, especially to May. Metal is going to watch as he and his muscles start to bulge. His gauntlets were already folded down as you were opening the door because he was ready. You actually see that because his arms and fists are getting much bigger, the joints of the gauntlets actually flex to compensate for it, so they're still on perfectly. And then he is going to run out a little bit, inspect the room very closely because he's a professional, and then he's going to dive into this Hollow Man right in front of May. And let's see. Okay. Jesus, I have to roll so many dice. Okay. Why did I make this guy so strong? It's not good. I have too many dice to roll.
As long as this is not distracting, I was telling my mum about all of the hard work that you put in, and she's very appreciative. And she's saying, Patrick should have an assistant. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I can't put that into place. That's for him to
Sure.
do, but
Yeah. I don't know how I could have an assistant without kind of spoiling everything that's ever going to happen, but yeah.
yeah,
You're kind of the assistant. You're talking too quietly for the mic to pick it up.
Oh,
but, you're
It's
kind of
me.
my
I'm the
assistant.
assistant.
And that I bounce ideas off of you.
Well, I mean, I help
wow.
you with like scheduling stuff and stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%.
no, I think the idea is like a completely separate party just to come
Yeah,
in and
Like
roll the
a
dice for
neighborhood
you.
child that we.
And
that we
Igor?
connect.
Some
Yeah.
people genuinely
Faster.
to
The dice.
to make rolling the dice easier if you have to roll a bunch, they just sit there for like 20 minutes and just roll dice over and over again and make a chart. So it's like, okay, I'm rolling a d20. That's just the first one I rolled. Just cross that off. Okay, the second one. So just like you'd already pre-rolled and it's just choosing, which I don't want to do because that means I'm like, oh, there's a nat 20 that this guy is going to do if he attacks next, and that's going to influence whether I attack or not. Anyway, Sinner did really good on his hits and really shit on his damage. So let's see what shit damage for Sinner looks like. Okay. Sinner with absolutely shit damage does 25 points of damage as he runs up with his gauntlets, spikes out, boom, hook, boom, uppercut. You see it, because of the spikes, it is piercing it. It is very clearly weak to this damage, so it's doing 50 points of damage, and the entire Hollow Man 8 just pops like an oversized balloon and disappears. It barely exists anymore. There's like a little piece of yellow something on the ground and little pieces of legs as it is absolutely smeared. And then, of course, he takes damage from the gas coming out on the first punch. Okay. And then on the second punch, as this thing is pulped, the entire Hollow Man explodes into a giant cloud of poisonous gas. I am going to need don't need to make any saving throws yet. You're going to have to as soon as it gets back to your turn. But that is, you are now in the poison cloud. Sinner is going to see the poison cloud because his movement isn't done yet. He is going to wait. Oh, okay, I read that wrong. I do need May and Sinner to roll saving throws. It is a Constitution saving throw, DC 12.
That's a 7, and my Constitution is +3, so 10.
So a 10, okay, and Sinner got a Sinner also got a 10 after rolling a 3. Both of you take 7 poison damage, and you both have the poisoned condition. Poison condition means that you roll attack rolls and saving throws and ability checks with disadvantage. And I just need to make sure that Sinner can be poisoned, because I gave him so much fucking shit to make this work hard for me. Okay.
Imagine if he can't be poisoned.
Building
He's
up
gonna
a
carry us all
resistance
out of
to iocane powder for the
Yeah.
last 20 years.
Very much. But no, he can be poisoned. He takes that damage. He sees May coughing instantly as he inhales a bunch of poison. He is going to come over here, and he's going to use his bonus action to try to shove you out of the poison cloud. Let's do...
Breaks our ribs in the process.
that. My God, Sinner, you're rolling so bad, and yet your stats are so high. That's still an 11. Give me May's athletics or acrobatics saving throw. You can choose to fail if you think in the moment May would kind of understand what he's doing.
Is the saving throw D12 again?
Oh no, sorry, not a saving throw, a check, a dexterity or a acrobatics or athletics check, which is a D20 with disadvantage plus whatever your acrobatics or athletics is, whichever's higher.
Yeah, sorry, so I haven't had to roll disadvantage. Was it actually me? You just roll twice and it's the least good one?
Yeah, you roll twice, and whichever one is the lower number is the one you take.
Alright. 8, and then I guess acrobatics, which is a +1, so 9.
Yeah, acrobatics and athletics are both +1, so it doesn't matter. Okay, you got a 9. Sinner does manage to shove you. You get about here, and you are out of the poison gas. It does kind of make you stumble quite a bit, but it doesn't actually knock your feet out from under you. It's actually slightly too big.
Not to be a dick and not that it matter, but would that be a roll that she would have done or sorry, was it disadvantage or -1?
Disadvantage.
Got it. Sorry, I get those confused.
And that should be Sinner's turn. Sinner has a little bit of movement left. He's also going to try and get himself out of the gas by circling around here. Okay. That is Metal's turn with the top of the round, and May on deck.
Okay.
Metal has Kekano advantage.
I do.
Metal does have advantage on one of her attacks, or a saving throw, or a ability check that you want to make.
So I can't quite tell, but I assume with Summon Wind or Gust, can I move this poison cloud away? It doesn't say anything about doing something like that, but I also figure that's how that should work.
For which spell? Gust and...
Yeah, I have Gust or Summon Wind, which is just like the basic cantrip. Because it says like... It doesn't say... Oh, wait. No, it doesn't really say anything like that. I guess Summon Wind, since you can change the direction of the natural wind 20 miles per hour, below 20 miles per hour, but
Yeah, no, you can move some air around with gust. Summon wind technically requires there to be wind, which there
Okay.
doesn't seem to be in this kind of closed off room
Got it.
that's been closed for so long. But with gust, you could try to move the poison a little bit.
Okay. Well, I would like to do that. I'm gonna give it
Okay.
a shot.
Are you going to move first in any way?
Yes, I'm going to. Where's my pointer? I'd like to move just in hereabouts.
Okay. You can move here.
And perhaps
And-
if I move the gas, I can go further.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll be there for now. Yeah. You just use gust. I don't think you even need to roll for it. That's just a thing Gust does. Okay. Gust is your action. You start to blow and shred the cloud of poison. It actually
Ooh.
moves ever
Can she
so
push it up?
slightly down this way.
Can
Just
she push
from where
it
she's
like
standing.
towards the ceiling?
Yeah.
Oh.
You could
Yeah,
you could
let's
push it a
push it
little
up.
bit. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Then I will shrink the amount of space
Trying
it
to
takes up
kill
rather
the
than
tall
moving it.
people. It hasn't hit our noses yet. We were fine.
They're still a little bit kind of like on the ground in the immediate area, but
Okay.
you've managed to push a lot of it up towards the ceiling. The ceilings in here are not particularly high, but it's high enough to get the gas kind of out of everyone's face. Okay, that was your action. You still got some movement and a bonus action.
Well, I would like to. I think I only had one bonus action, and I don't think.
Is Healer's Kit bonus action?
A healer's kit is an action, I believe.
Got it. I think we've done it as a bonus action before. I don't know if that was correct.
I don't know if it was legal.
I've
Yeah.
done health potions as bonus actions. I don't think I did a healer's kit as a bonus action.
Okay. Well, I'd like to maybe move a little bit closer towards Fish and Sinner, but not to where I am in like the range of the little egg guys. So I think I'm gonna move a little bit more here.
Okay.
Or is that too close?
You won't get attacks of opportunity if you enter their range. It's only if you leave.
Okay. Maybe in that case, maybe I'll just move over here towards this direction. Okay.
Move over there instead.
Yeah.
That's most of your movement. You probably have like 5 feet left. And what do you want to do? I will remind you, you have the ability to do Quicken Spell. So you can change one of your spells that cost an action to make it a bonus action by spending some sorcery points.
I only have one sorcery point apparently, and that takes 2.
You only have one sorcery point.
I must have used it.
No, you have
at
2
some
sorcery
point.
points. You haven't used it for anything, and you're supposed to have 2.
Well, I'm apparently supposed to have 3, but as it says right now, I'm 1 out of 3. But I do think it's been a minute since I've used anything, so.
Yeah, we just had a rest. That should be replenished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't think sorcery points come back on a short rest, but I also don't think you used them for anything. When did you use a sorcery point?
I don't know. I might have used it.
I don't remember you using it during the Jonas fight. I think you just didn't reset that properly.
Alright, cool.
You have 3 sorcery points.
Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, well, I'll do that then.
Also have 5 spell points, right, Patrick?
Yeah.
I do have 5.
Yeah, I have 5 spell points. It's all back.
No, she
I
has
have
5
5.
spell points.
I have 5.
No, I also have all my 5 spell points because I didn't use
No.
them, right?
No, you do.
It's you. No, I definitely
she
do. We
does.
all remember.
Nope.
You said that last time. Okay.
Listen, in the Jonas fight, Metal ran across the room, punched a guy in the face a couple times using some of her spell points. Neither of those require you to make a spell a bonus action.
All right. Okay.
So yeah,
Let's
whatever spell you want to do. You can't use
That's
a.
I think
No, you
Gust is a
can't.
cantrip, so I can use an actual spell.
Yeah, you can use an actual spell.
Slay. Okay. Okay, maybe I will. I'm afraid to use any kind of fire or anything. So, can I use another cantrip?
You can use another cantrip if you want, but you can also do a full spell.
Okay.
It does, to me, seem like a little bit of a waste to use 2 sorcery points to make a cantrip a bonus action versus doing
point.
something else, but, that's up to you. And you do have Burning Hands as your bonus action.
I do. I'm afraid to use burning hands. Last time it backfired on me. Okay. I think I would like to not use a spell for now, and I think I want to just try throwing one of my daggers at Hollow Man number 2.
You used your action already, so you just have a bonus action.
Okay. No. No.
That's the poison gas.
No.
Dinner absolutely destroyed that thing.
No.
Okay, Mads, I need you to make a decision.
I'm just not going to do anything else.
Okay.
I'm going to hold that. I'll do that another time.
You still have 5 feet of movement, so you can kind of like tuck yourself into the corner if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And Kekino is going to hold his help. So if you got something that requires you to make a saving throw or whatever, he'll give you advantage on that. Okay. That brings us to the end of the round with May on deck. You see the tank in the middle start bubbling and increasing in activity. And then... Ooh. Well, alright. And then, with a absolutely horrific sound... You see each of the platforms, as the liquid is converted into a gas, pumped up through the platforms, and in the little hole that a Hollow Man skin is stretched upon, it inflates like some sort of absolutely grotesque balloon.
Can we get some dialogue in here? Just can we fit some in?
Sure, for just a moment.
I elect that we leave through the door. The next one.
I think we should just go.
I'm at the door.
See the amount of liquid in the tank decreases significantly.
I'm at the door. I'm not sure if it's locked or anything. May, if I could get you over here, I could try to start hitting it, but as we've seen, most of this ruin doesn't like when you start hitting things.
May calls out I'll be right over. And then she's going to turn to Sitter and say, you need to protect fish.
Okay. That is May's turn with Cal on deck.
So I just want to preface this with I had a sick idea that I was going to basically use my whip to wrap around the legs of one of these things near fish and throw it into the wall. But we probably do need to get to that door rather than we have a cool little action sequence. So I want May to get as close as she can to that door.
Okay. If you can either go straight into the pile of Hollow Men that is on Cal, or you can try to kind of skirt around it a little bit.
I'm gonna skirt around, and can I do what Mooney did and use all my actions to get as go around and straight up to the door?
I don't know if you can use I don't know if you can
Yeah.
do a bonus action
She
movement.
has an ability that lets her use a bonus action to
Oh,
also
okay.
run, which
You can only do
Um,
action and
So
movement.
you could get, using your entire turn, you could get about here and examine the door without taking any attacks of opportunity. You could also take a more direct path if you're willing to get hit, which would actually get you to the door.
But if I do the more roundabout route, I can still do a perception or a check
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, okay, yeah. Let's avoid the.
You just can't
the
do
puddle.
anything else unless you
Yeah.
have a bonus action that might be relevant.
Yeah, no.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
avoid
if
the puddle.
you have a bonus action, you can do that. Okay.
No,
You
I
get
think-
over here and you really skirt it around, so you manage to avoid the hollow men who are busy kicking Cal. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Before I do, is there anything I can get about the door without rolling any checks?
It's a door. It's
Okay.
it's pretty
Well,
solid. You
done.
can see symbols on it. I don't
Okay,
know.
cool.
I really
Miss
punished
Gladly,
Cal.
it's a door. It's
I really
Right.
punished Cal for getting a 5, so I'm not gonna give it to you for free.
No, that's fair. I just want to be like, I know there are symbols on the door. That's all I wanted to ask, because I'll actually do a symbol check instead.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I
Oh, that's
don't
not great.
see any obvious bonus actions for you.
Yeah, that's all right. I got an 11. Not too hot.
That's
I'm
not
still
true.
lightheaded
You
from
do
the
have
gas.
one bonus action.
What's the bonus action for me?
The bonus
Yeah.
action is second wind. You can recover some hit points.
Okay, I won't do that
Oh
for
my
now.
gosh, we're second win friends. I was so excited to get a bonus action on this level up because I was like, and I do one thing and that's it.
Mhm.
I was like, I chewed gum this turn and I'll breathe the next one.
It's
So-
really funny because Patrick is like, "Do you want to do a bonus action?" And then everyone's like, "Manny's the only one who has cool bonus actions."
Yeah, I mean, you guys have basic bonus actions you can do, but what was your perception roll with disadvantage or symbol?
It was
roll with
11.
Disadvantage. 11.
Oh, she's sorry, no, I didn't do. I forgot it was
Oh.
disadvantage at the moment.
Oh no!
Let me
We say the
do-
same.
Let's try that again. Yeah, no, it's an 8 still.
Okay.
But I get plus 3 for Arcana. Yeah, so 11.
So an 11. Okay.
Yeah.
With an 11, you can see that. First of all, you can see 2 like latches, one on each side of the door, just kind of holding it closed, and you can see some symbols that are essentially like making airtight, so that this room could be a poison leak, and you could keep it from the rest of the facility. And then there is a arcane lock. It is a very simple like push button to open, very much like a child safety lock, so that the hollow men themselves can't get the door open. You would just need to fiddle with the door and hit that symbol in the center. Just give it a little spark of juice, and it would swing open.
With the latches, is it obvious whether or not they're opening, that this is like, how do I phrase this? In terms of how the latches are placed, is it
Mhm.
obvious that the next room is like further in or like a separate, do you know what I mean? Like, can I get a sense of whether it closes in or opens out, if that makes sense?
It opens into the next room, so it swings out away from you. There seems to be security on the door, as if there was as if this, where the hollow men are, is a dangerous room and there is potential gas leakage.
not
You
the
can
next
also
room.
see it's very reinforced, but that doesn't really give you anything about like what dangers or potential dangers the next room holds.
Yeah, that's right. May relays this to Cal and says, I need you to buy me time so I can open the door. 'Cause I can't do anything this turn though, can I? So I just gotta wait.
Oh, being beaten up by eggs. Not.
Like, yeah, sure. Sure, whatever you need. Okay, that is Cal's turn with Isle on deck.
I'm okay. I'm gonna kind of do this no matter what, but I just, feel like it's good to do. Can I do a quick Arcana to see that if my... So I've been seeing that stab damage, punch damage releases poison. Can I see if I feel like psychic damage from my Shadow Wave would release any poison? Because my gut says no, but let's check it with the dice.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
You do psychic damage on a thing that doesn't have a psyche.
I'm hoping that they automatically fail. So that's going to be a 16 for me.
Okay. With a 16, you do get the sense that these things are so stupid they are entirely and completely immune to psychic damage.
They're immune.
They're immune to psychic damage because they're more like an object than a being.
Right.
But with that 16, you can tell that the necrotic damage you do with your shadow spear would not release gas, but also they were probably not weak to in the same way that they are to stabbing.
Cool. Got it. So completely immune to psychic. Love it. Great.
To psychic damage.
Yeah.
You would also have gotten the sense, based on just kind of observing them, that they're so stupid it would be really easy to get them to fail, like, saving throws.
Yes, but it doesn't matter for my shadow wave because they wouldn't take any damage.
Exactly.
Well, cool.
To make my media reference for the session, it's like in Portal 2 when Potato GLaDOS says to Wheatley, "This sentence is false," to fuck with him, and Wheatley's like, "Sure."
Yes, he's too dumb for that to work.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Yep, you got it.
2, walk over to May.
Yep.
3, we pretty definitely from May's turn, we found out that she needs to manually dismantle it, and brute force would not help this door, right?
No, it's fairly easy to open as a human being, or at least somebody with thumbs. It seems to be like the security is these things don't have thumbs, so
can
that's
I
how
go
we get it
ahead
open.
and my
just,
action?
You can probably
try to
just
open?
go and use your action to open the door. Yeah.
Cool. I will do
Okay.
that.
You use your action to open the door. I very stupidly did not make the door a clickable object that I can hide, so just know that it is open now, even though it doesn't seem like it. And you see the next room.
Which is wonderful and has no bad guys.
No bad guys
In fact,
whatsoever.
yeah, in fact, it's like a little like sewing atelier.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? It could be worse. Could be worse, fam.
Fuck though, it's locked in. There's no way out.
Oh,
Yep.
there's
It
presents.
seems to be a dead end.
There's beautiful jewelry, and there's
You do
beautiful
have
weapons.
still some movement left, and you can make a perception check on the room that you just opened for free.
Okay.
If you want.
And I'm disengaged from Hollow Man 12 too, right? Like that's my.
Yes.
It's consistent as I move.
Totally for the whole turn. You're just dodging and
Okay.
weaving, ducking and dodging.
Yep. I'll keep moving it. I'll like give May a like. Okay. I guess I'll go in and I'll walk into the room, use the rest of my movement, and then do a. Yeah. I guess. Do I want to do perception or do I want to do Arcana on those big, scary rocks?
It depends on what you were trying to figure out. To get like a general sense of what is in this room would be perception. To be like, why is this room is Arcana.
We'll go with perception just because no one else is anywhere near. May's turn is a long time from now.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. It's not too bad. That's a 14.
With a 14, you can see that this seems to be some sort of like weapons workshop, but it's the same weapon over and over again. It seems to be in various stages of disassembly, a large single-bladed axe. And sometimes it's just the axe head, sometimes it's in pieces, sometimes it looks like it has shattered. And around all of the axes, you see a lot of little pieces of a black crystal.
Is it a god killer?
With a 14, you realize that the pseudo black crystals that have grown in this area, a number of which are in this room, growing out of the walls and the floor, they have cracks, they have occlusions, they have sort of an irregular shape. These little fragments on the tables have very regular shape. And so give me a history check.
13.
With a 13, you know what god killers are. This could be one of those, or at least like a place where they tried to make them. You don't see that any of them were necessarily successful, or at least were successful and then kept in this room. But you do recognize that, at least by legend, you've never seen it, but by legend, these are the black crystals that are supposed to be powering god killers, as well as the Scepter of the Ancients. Things that you've never seen, but have seen like artistic renditions of in books.
Miss Gladly, this room is so boring. Don't come in here. Super dull. Just like a bunch of dead spiders and bats again.
All right, that's your turn. It is Isle's turn with fish on deck.
All right. I'm going to say that Isle really wants to explode the thing in the middle of the room, but she won't because I know it'll shatter everywhere, and unless Sinner stepped in front of Fish, which he might, it would just kill both of them.
You
So
could
let's see.
try and give me a check about that if you want.
Yeah,
I'll give you
let's
one.
do it.
I'll give you one free check this turn. If you want to like examine the platforms and the pipes or other stuff like you did before, that can be your check. Otherwise, you could make a check on this tank and see about specifically breaking it.
Okay. I think I know the answer to the pipe, which is that yes, if I cut it, it'll stop making hollow men, but it'll probably release gas. So I think I do want to look at the tank.
Okay,
and
you're like,
is
can I smash that thing? Give me a perception
Yeah.
check.
that'd be a 20, not nat, 14 plus 6.
Okay, with a dirty 20, it looks fairly reinforced. There is clearly this is a dangerous object that they don't want to break, so it looks pretty strong. Strong doesn't mean unbreakable. This is definitely breakable. Definitely get some swings in there in the right place. You crack this thing open like an egg. But then you sort of realize that would kind of release this poison gas everywhere. May not be a good idea, but may not be a terrible idea. It's like high risk, high reward. Stopping all of the hollow men being created totally do potentially a ton of poison to a bunch of people like near it.
Yeah. I guess my question is, like, would the poison remain a liquid if it's still in? Yeah, I don't know.
With a dirty 20, you've gotten the sense that it is liquid in the tank because it's under pressure and it's becoming a gas as it enters the hollow men.
As it hits the air.
Yeah, it would explosively decompress if you broke this. It would be it would go from like, 30 gallons of a liquid to like 700 gallons of gas.
Okay. All right. Noted. Can I make the choice to actively try to step on one of the tubes while I stab at a hollow man? Or is that cheatsies?
It is cheatsies, but give me your attack roll, and I think that will determine something, plus something that I roll. Yeah,
Okay.
give me your attack roll, just on Hollow Man 1.
Hot seven babes. We're doing
Hot
really
7
great.
total?
Yep, sure.
That's a big whiff, and it's
Such a whiff.
because you put your foot on the pipe. You know, your footing was wrong. You're like, I'm gonna do this cool thing, and then you just kind of like
Yeah.
slip a little bit. Your balance wasn't good. Okay, you still have movement, although you will take an
Yeah.
attack of opportunity and a bonus action.
Well, we're gonna move. Where am I? Yeah, I'll take that attack of opportunity. I'm gonna try to move up to between. I'm gonna be going that way.
Like right here or farther out.
Let's say
You can get to probably like here or here.
yeah.
Or you can be right in the middle.
Let's go right in the middle. Let's just do it.
Okay, you got it.
Mhm.
Okay, that was your movement. Any bonus actions or anything?
Nope. We're having a sad
Okay.
time.
Let me
Do I
do
take
that.
yeah.
You take that attack of opportunity, which
Yeah.
whiffs. Totally misses. Because you slipped on the pipe as you were swinging, you were like, "Nah, fuck this," and then you run away. And then the Hollow Man reaches up and goes to like chicken leg kick you, and just kind of like kicks the pipe on the ground and almost falls over.
That's the failure corner. We just
Yeah.
it's
just a
an
comedy
OSHA
of errors.
It's an OSHA violation.
It is an OSHA violation. They didn't have the Ancients OSHA. Clearly, this place was not very well designed.
No.
Okay, cool. That is.
Me and that Hollow Man look at each other and be like, we're both gonna pretend.
We're
just-
both gonna
okay.
pretend this didn't happen. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, it is Fish's turn with the Hollow Man on deck.
Now, although the tank is in the way, can Fish see through to that the door has been opened, and like, can they glimpse inside?
The door's large enough that I think you can see it, because it's not like a normal like person door. It's like a big, almost kind of like not like a hangar door, but like kind of that thing where it's like floor to ceiling big door and like 10 feet wide. So when it swung open, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the way. I think you can at least tell it's open. I don't think you could necessarily tell that like Cal went in there without a perception check, because that would require kind of like looking around over people's heads, but you can definitely tell it's open.
Okay, well, feeling that they're at 10 health, Fish is gonna go, do you really need the thing that's in there? Can we just leave?
It is absolutely essential.
Okay. Fuck. Do I have to get it?
I actually need to handle it myself. It would kill you.
Okay. Fish is going to disengage, if possible, just to
Okay.
just scoot on around there.
That's your action? Okay.
Yes.
And where are you gonna go?
I'll standing right there. They're gonna be.
Yep.
They're going to say to her, "I gotta go in the room. I'm sorry. I have to go."
I was trying to make a Hollow Man just go out. She's like, what? Huh? What's happening?
You handle it. Like, you're strong. Okay. I'm weak. I have to go get a thing for my guy.
She's like, that's fine. We've got it. Just go fast.
Okay. Disengage as your action.
Yeah. How far can we go?
You can move 30 feet.
Let's take it over here.
You can kind of like squeeze between the tank and this Hollow Man without taking an attack of opportunity. So you can get
Sick.
about here and still be decently safe.
Okay. Can I see any better into the room?
Yes, you can see much better. Your view into the room is pretty much unobstructed. You can see kind of the tables with the broken axes and stuff, although you're not necessarily close enough to be like, I understand what those are. But you can see May and Caligulus as well.
Can I make an Eldritch Sight perception roll?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that's a bad one. That's 8.
An 8. You look with Eldritch Sight and are immediately blinded. Realize you need to put back on your sunglasses. Do so. And then you can see for just a moment, as things have kind of shifted, that like there are specific small points in this room that are really bright, that have a lot of magical energy, and most of it does not. And you're not entirely sure what that means or where exactly they are. You just kind of get a general sense of like a couple little small points of power like on each table.
Oh yeah, it looks so interesting and necessary in there.
Interesting and necessary both. Would you like me to take over? Would of course shorten your lifespan significantly, but I'm sure I could accomplish it if you cannot.
I can do it.
All right. Any bonus actions?
That's it.
Okay. That is the Hollow Men's turn with Sinner on deck. First thing that happens, Metal, Isle, and Sinner see that this gas cloud disappears. As it just dissipates into the air. It smells bad, pretty sulfury, but it's not toxic. And then we are going to do a bunch of stuff. Hollow Man 12 saw Cal just run past it, so he's going to follow in here with Cal, do his 2 little kick attacks. I'm sorry. That is 2 hits, one of which was a crit.
A traditional opting out of the battle only an hour and a half in.
That is a... let's see. Okay, that is 18 damage.
Well, I'm done.
Cal's
I'll
down?
enjoy this podcast. Uh-huh.
Okay, Cal is down. Cal is incapacitated and
Let
is
me move to my bed.
going to start making death saving throws.
Metal, get over there! You got the life gem!
No, actually. Unconscious means one thing. You are incapacitated. There we go. Then
I can't believe I got all of these fucking crits.
yeah, I know, you got 2.
Twice.
It's
What
really
the
unlucky.
fuck?
It's honestly bit like sort of balanced out because these things have very low like bonus to their hitting, so they've been rolling like shit and been missing you a bunch. That Hollow
It's so
Man.
balanced.
Run
Sure,
for it.
missing other people a bunch, not
Yeah.
me.
I know, other people, not you.
This is the
th-
Chris of Hollow Men.
This may be. Hollow Man 10 runs at Metal. Let me get those 2 attacks. I will say Kekino's helping you is he will give disadvantage on these attacks. Okay.
Kekino glares at the Hollow Man and it works.
That is 1 hit for 7 damage as it kicks you, and then Kekino jumps onto it and pushes it back and jumps back onto you, and the Hollow Man fully fucks up its other kick, rolls back onto its back, and is like turtled on the ground, rolling around, spitting and angry at you, and
Perfect.
seemingly not able to regain its feet. As
I knew
Kekino
it.
made it roll a natural 1.
Right. Thanks, Tekino.
The nat 20s, the critical failures and the critical hits are so strange.
Yep. Hollow Man 13 is far enough away from the action, and it's too stupid to like charge and be aggressive, so it's just kind of gonna wander off the platform and sit there. Hollow Man 14 just kind of wanders off and sits here, 1 saw Isle leave, so it's going to charge there, but it's too far. 9 is going to charge at Sinner, which is 2 failures. Hollow Man 2 is going to attack Sinner, which is a failure and a hit. You see that Hollow Man 2 full up like rears and donkey kicks Sinner in the lower back, and Isle and Metal, since you're close enough to see, you would be shocked if Sinner noticed. It did so little damage and was so reduced by his abilities that you're not even fully sure he knows someone is behind him.
How many legs does it have? Can you do
It
a
has
donkey
2.
kick? Can you do a donkey kick with 2 legs?
Yeah, you balance on one leg, you reach up, and you kick backwards.
Okay. Maybe I have a different idea of what a donkey kick is.
I should say a donkey kick is not literally a donkey kicking. It's a human move. It's when you kick backwards.
Okay. That was what I did in gym class. You had to be, on your hands.
I'm following you, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It has no arms,
Weird.
right?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
and that's
also
why-
how I
It has no
pictured it.
arms.
Okay, I'm not.
Like it,
alright.
let's say it rested on its stupid little head.
Yeah.
Okay, and Hollow Man 3 is going to attack Isle. That is 1 hit for 8 points of damage.
One moment.
Why do they hit so hard?
Great fuck. And I do want to add. No, it's not close enough. Never mind.
Okay. Hollow Man
Yeah.
4 is going to wander over here and is not aggressive towards Fish for some reason. And Fish could probably see that it is focused on May instead of Fish because it's dumb, and I rolled for it, and it's dumb. And so these 3 Hollow Man are going to attack May.
Can I really fast go back? I'm
Yep.
very sorry. If I have the, would we consider that Hollow Man 9 is within 5 feet of me or no?
Yeah. No, Hollow Man 9 is not within 5 feet of you. Hollow Man 2 was.
Okay, that
Yeah.
was my question. No sentinel feet for me right now. Sorry. Thank you.
Sentinel feet is when they try to move away from you.
It said if a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, I can use my reaction.
You could have used your reaction to do Hollow Man 2, because it just attacked Sinner, doing almost nothing.
Okay. That's yes.
Okay, do you want to do that?
Yes, I apologize.
Yeah, okay. Good. That's a free attack with your big
Yes.
glaive on Hollow Man 2.
Yeah. Alright, that's a 14.
Okay, a 14. That hits. Roll your damage.
It's a 4.
4
Not
damage?
much. It ain't much, but it's the one thing I've done. So
Oh, you must have rolled really low. That does 4 does a total of 8 damage on Hollow Man 2. It was already pretty fucked up. You just split it down the center, and it's honestly kind of like a cartoon in that you just split it in half, and the 2 pieces of leather just fall apart, and there's just a bubble of gas that was holding its shape for a moment before it explodes in your faces. So
Gonna
Hollow Man
take
2
damage.
is dead, and then explosion of gas. Okay. I need Isle to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, and I also
roll-
need May to make a Constitution saving throw, just because I forgot to do something.
Oh, I was like, she's
The
not there.
20, is it? Or is it 12?
Sorry, what?
Is it D20 or 12?
D20. Almost everything's with a D20.
Okay.
See,
That is
I
just
got
an
a
8.
dirty 20.
You got a what?
Dirty 20.
Okay.
then-
With a dirty 20, you just kind of like cough a little bit and get just a tiny amount of like a little bit of char in the lungs as
She said
it's,
worse.
yeah. It's honestly, it's just like that time I'll tried a cigarette. It's just kind of like, ugh.
It was a cigar, but
You take actually 0 damage because it rolled so low.
Cool with me.
And Sinner takes 1 damage. He just kind of like
Cool.
explosively coughs. Again, not even really sure if he noticed. All right, that was that attack. We go back to these Hollow Men attacking May. That is 1 hit from one of them, 1 hit from another one, and 2 misses. Okay, do this. Okay, that is a total of 10 damage from these Hollow Men kicking you. And they are just aiming for the shins.
I'm breaking my fucking legs in the process.
Yeah. Okay, that is the Hollow Men's turn. It is Sinner's turn with metal on deck. Have Sinner roll this really fast. That does it. Sinner is no longer poisoned. He is going to look at Isle, give her a full like action movie thumbs up as you split
Stupid.
that guy in half, even though you're currently sitting in the pillar of gas that you released,
Mhm.
and he's going to probably destroy the Hollow Man he's facing.
Yeah, love that for him.
Yeah. Hollow Man 9. Okay, it is possible he does not do enough damage to kill this thing. This guy, and that. Okay. That is. That is 11 points of damage, doubled to 22 because they're weak to it. Hollow Man 9 just pops like a balloon, just instantly from full to dead in a moment. There is another gas cloud that bursts out from that one, but you're already all in the shit. You all made your Constitution saving throws. You don't even really notice that the cloud gets a little bit thicker. As Hollow Man 9 is totally and completely gone. Sinner is then going to... let's see. He is really in the gas, so I'm going to see... He's going to make a perception check with disadvantage to see if he can see May is getting kicked around. That's probably not going to do it. Let's see.
Does he probably can't see, but
Yeah.
can he hear the scream, the freakish horrid screams?
Yes,
'Cause
but it's all...
those are
It's all just kind of lost in like the creature screams, you know. So yeah, he can't see well enough out of the gas to see May. He can just kind of see the general area, which means he's going to swing over to Hollow Man 3 and do his attacks there. My God. Sinner is too strong. He can roll so low and still hit his attacks.
we need make. Why did we put Jonas in center, man?
I honestly think you put Jonas in center, you don't stand a chance against who that person is anymore.
That's true. That's true. We do all immediately die. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that's instantly, Hollow Man 3 is also just pulped. As more gas comes out.
I'm imagining they're like pumped in.
It genuinely, like, it seems like Sinner is trying to find his way out of the gas, and he just keeps making more gas every single time. But he knew that you guys ran in that direction, so he's going to run out this way to try to get a sense of what is happening. Sees Fish and May, sees Metal a little bit through the gas with that perception check. Knows where Isle is, can't really see the other Hollow Men, so yeah, he would head this way. And he cannot reach May in this movement, but he can get to Fish to assist.
Can May get any dialogue in to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, May just like yells out like, "I'll be fine. Protect Fish."
Yeah, boss, you got it.
Fish doesn't say anything, but they kind of look at him like, "You can't do anything for me."
We shall see. That is Sinner's turn. Let me make sure there's nothing else for Sinner. Yeah. Yeah, cool. That is Metal's turn with the top of the round, and therefore potentially new Hollow Men on deck.
Okay, so first things first, I would like to go into the direction of where Sinner is around the cloud. But I don't know how far I'll be able to move with this prone guy in front of me.
You just saw Sinner for a moment, like, up here. If you want to head in that direction, without going either into the poison, without getting into the poison, you've got to make a really kind of wide turn here. You could end up about here, but that's about it for your movement. The Hollow Man can't attack you from prone because it has no arms and it can't really aim its kicks.
That's what I thought. Can I use like my action to dash?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to do that.
Anything you'd like to use Kekino for?
I don't think so. Maybe I might say, come this way with me, but go find your dad.
Okay. Dash, you get here, and you can see, kind of, you can't see, really, Cal yet. She's kind of too far down, but you can see Sinner and May, and then you still got movement. You want to head towards Sinner, or just kind of that direction in general?
I would like to... Yeah, I want to go towards, like, Hollow Man 11 here.
Okay. You can make it to right up in his face if you want, or you can stand off a little bit.
Okay. I would like to... I'd like to use my, my Quicken spell and Stone Fist him.
Okay. Yeah, you get right up into his face. Give me a Stone Fist attack roll with advantage.
Yes. That. Oh, there it is. I believe it's 6. Okay. Okay, that is a 15.
A 15? That hits. Give me your damage. 2d10.
2d10. 8 total.
Total of 8? Okay. You punch Hollow Man 11 right in the right in its gob, and unfortunately, it seems like your fist it's like punching an inflatable couch. Like it just kind of wraps around your fist, and you definitely did damage, but it just kind of bounces back like boing. And it seems like you did less than you wanted to.
God damn it. Alright, well, there's that.
Alright, and did you tell Kekino to go back to his dad?
Yes.
Okay. Kekino is going to use your turn and the rest of his movement to jump over and slide in by Fish's ankles. Okay, that is the refreshing the hollows with the top of the round, and May on deck. Cool. Okay. The you hear again the bubble and hiss and horrible inflation as 1, 2 Hollow Men appear on these platforms. And the tank goes lower once again. That is the top of the round with May and Cal on deck. First things first, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Me?
Yep.
Alright. Oh, it's not looking hot. It is a 5.
Okay. Still poisoned. Still kind of hacking out the bad juice out of your lungs. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I've got 2 ideas, but they kind of do. I just want a bit of a roller cool working with the DM sort of situation here, because I want this to work. So either I want May to run just to within 10 feet range of the Hollow Man 12, and use her whip to, like I said before, wrap around its legs, and she's going to like tug it like overhead, because I assume they're really light because they're just like leather and gas, right?
Yeah.
So I was theorizing that she can just like overhead slam it into the others, and she's going to run through and help Cal. Is that doable?
You would take an attack of opportunity from Hollow Man 5 as you moved far enough out of the way. That certainly is doable, but it would not necessarily do a lot of damage because it would just kind of be 2 balloons bouncing off of each other. And they seem to be kind of strong against that type of damage.
Is it bludgeoning specifically that you're describing? Yes. Okay.
They are resistant to bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so the other option is that May's going to use a spell that will knock this one 5 feet in the direction of her choice, so back through the door, and it'll be knocked prone.
Okay.
So which one is going to be more viable from a gameplay perspective? Because May is kind of heading towards 5, so...
Yeah.
And also, which one's going to get the Hollow Man 12 further away? So I know it's only 5 foot, but you know, May's desperate, adrenaline's pumping, etc. Roller cool.
What spell do you have that pushes them 5 feet away?
It is Earth Ripple.
Earth Ripple? Okay.
If I want to help Cal, that's an action, right?
Depends on how you're helping. If you're just trying to like get her stable and back up, that would be an action. If you're just trying to like check on what her condition is, you can do that as a bonus action.
Okay. I'll think about that after we sort out the Hollow Man 12.
Okay. If you want my advice, I think you're trying to do two separate things here. The slam kind of clears the way and gets you to Cal faster, and and maybe puts you in a better position. But the Earth Ripple does quite a lot of damage and potentially takes one of these guys kind of out of the fight for now, and maybe more help in the long run if you're not going to help Cal immediately. There's also, other things you could do. You could shoot him, which would do tons of damage, but also release a bunch of gas right in your face. You could do like magnify gravity or something, and
but then Cal will be fucked as well. Do I?
Let's see. I think Cal is actually outside a 10-foot radius sphere. I can
actually,
measure it if you want.
Sorry, can I shove it? That's a thing I can do, right? Can I just shove it back through the door?
That would just be an attack action. Yeah.
Oh, it's still be an attack action. Yeah, right, never mind. Okay, let's do the Earth Ripple. So Maid turns around, smells this is fucking enough, and reaches out, and symbols on her gloves come to light, and she gestures at the ground in front of May, in front of Cal, right beneath the Hollow Man, and says a spike of earth, not like a sharp spike, but like a sudden boom platform that smacks into it and sends it 5 feet towards her. And then I'm going to say, while this is happening, can May run forward and slide beneath it through to get a little cool dash sequence? Work with me!
Let me see. Yeah, first of all, let's do that dexterity saving throw. I assume you're doing it for Hollow Man 12?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Hollow Man 12. What is your spell save DC?
It is... What the fuck is it? 14.
14. Okay. In order for this to get meet or beat a 14, it has to roll a 16 or higher. That is a 3. It takes damage. Roll your damage. It just gets knocked off its feet and bounces, boom, and is prone on the ground, rolling around. You take your movement to get out of the way.
Damage is 7 because it's 2d8, so I got 7 along.
Okay, and is it 7 bludgeoning damage?
Yes, yeah, and it's not prone.
Okay. 7 bludgeoning damage is unfortunately 3 bludgeoning damage because of the resistance.
That's fine.
12. And
we get a little bit further through that door.
I'm rolling attack rolls on you from the other Hollow Men that were around you. But then, yes, we'll see if you get through the door. Okay. Cool. The Hollow Men are so confused by this move. You Earth Ripple bounces up like a volleyball. You slide underneath all the way over to Cal, and the Hollow Men all try to kind of kick you as you escape, and just totally and completely whiff, too concerned by their friend bouncing towards them and what the hell that means. Genuinely, that was 6 attack rolls, and I think the highest was an 8. Yeah. You are here next to Cal. You can actually keep going a little bit farther. You've still got 15 feet of movement if you want to get to the other side of Cal and a little more out of danger.
No, I'm staying between Cal and the prone Hollow Man. Am I able to reach out and close the door? Sorry?
I was gonna say, maybe you'd be able to do half movement to drag me back a little further from the door.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You just do that. You can.
Oh, sorry. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, will it take me an action to close the door?
It would.
I'm right there.
You are right there. I think an action you can definitely close the door. A bonus action you would have to roll for it.
Okay.
But you can drag me no matter what, because movement. It's just how far we can move back from the.
Yeah. I was thinking about whether I wanted to use my bonus action for second wind, because I'm not doing too hot myself.
Yep, up to you.
Um,
Kind of a high risk, high reward. If you get the door closed, you're much safer. But if you don't succeed, you'll probably get the shit kicked out of you.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Well, I wouldn't. Oh, wait. No, so when you say I have to roll for a bonus action, like, I literally just, if I fail the roll, it will not happen. Nothing will happen.
If you fail the roll, you will try to close the door and not succeed. Either you will get it most of the way closed and not be able to latch it, or you'll kind of get it partially closed.
What's the
prone guy will dig his claws in and keep you from closing it. It depends on how poorly you roll, but.
Okay, and what would I be rolling? I just want to know the odds, that's all.
You would be rolling either athletics or acrobatics.
Not hot.
Or I would buy sleight of hand. I don't know if that's any better for you.
My sleight of hand situation.
And it would be a DC 15 to close and lock the door behind you.
My sleight of hand is a +4, so I'd need to get a minimum of 11. That's a half chance.
A little bit worse than half, yeah.
Yeah. I really don't know what to do, actually.
Make a
Because,
call.
like, oh, wait, no, but...
Do you lose your bonus action if you fail this?
Yeah, it's you're using your bonus action to do this thing. You can still you can still move Cal a little bit farther in afterwards, but because you still have some movement left. But
if he does a bonus action medicine check, what does that do for me?
It gives her knowledge, such as like how many saving throws you failed, how well you seem to be doing, how likely you are to be suffering from like a condition that is going to keep you from being resurrected.
Got it. So useless at this point. So at this point, useful. Not helpful.
Yeah.
Just gamble your bonus action. There's nothing better to do with it.
Yeah, so you reckon close the door, Minnie?
Yes, that's my vote.
Oh, okay. Let's
roll
do
that
it.
D20.
You don't have anything better to do with it, so it's fine.
11 or higher, you do it.
Well, it was either I close the door or I drag Cal as far away as I can.
You can still drag.
I know, but then I was going to heal myself and stand between. Okay, so no, you're right. I can still drag. Okay. But I won't survive being smacked, so someone needs to get there also.
You
very
just
quickly.
Fairies are dying!
I know, I did. I'm very aware. I just told her not to help me. Alright, let's try for the D20. Let's go for the drama, Minnie.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a 15.
You need to
And
get
I'm
an
gonna do
11 or higher
11.
on this roll.
Yeah, okay. And I'm gonna go sleight of hand. Alright. Oh. Natural 20.
Nat 20. Okay, you slam the door closed. In the process, Hollow Man 12 bounces like a beach ball over into his friends, kind of fouling them for a moment as he rolls around. Slam the door closed with your shoulder. Boom, lock, hit the seal. It is now totally closed, and you are locked in here.
Alright, I think now a dialogue. Can you imagine if Cal woke up to me doing CPR on her? I think she would crack the shits like you wouldn't believe. She doesn't even know what CPR is. Alright. How far can I drag Cal?
About another 5 feet. You can just kind of push her farther in.
Okay, I want to do that, but I want to push her off to the side, more like
You got it.
that direction.
Yep.
So that I'm
You can kind of get her
and
over here.
more like over yonder.
Yeah. No, you can
That's
kind
what
of
we
get her
do.
here. You don't have enough movement to
Okay.
get her too much farther than this, but you can kind of.
All right, cool. And I'm going to slip in a little bit of dialogue.
Sure.
Is Cal even conscious in this situation?
Not
I
at
don't know how this works.
all.
Not.
All right, cool.
She is
That's okay.
like, at this point, she is like ever so slightly aware of her situation. If you yelled in her ear, she might go like, That's
Okay.
about the extent of how she's aware of the world at this point.
That's right. Okay, so May's gonna like drop to her knees in front of Cal. She knows she can't do anything, right? She doesn't have proficiency in medicine. She do like bare basic first aid. That's not gonna help you.
Mhm.
And she says to Cal, "Hold on, cleric. It's going to be okay." And then she's gonna take out. Is message one person or is it?
I will say message is one person, but it's one person you can see, and you just close the door.
Shit. Okay, that's right, because everyone's got my sending stones.
That's true.
So I'm gonna
yes,
open,
you can direct message anyone with the sending stones.
Okay. Gonna open up the sending stones. Can I message everybody because they're all linked? Or is it only one person?
Let me look for just a second on the actual wording of that ability. Yes. Yeah, you can. You can talk to all of them at once.
Alright, gonna message everyone. Opening it up. And May speaking really urgently into it. She's like, I've sealed off the door, so if you want to get through to us, you're going to have to destroy all these hollow men. The cleric needs urgent medical attention now. And then May is going to... Does she have enough movement left to go back to the door so she can open it? Or she's like, that's
No,
it now?
she's totally done if you've dragged Cal away. Yeah.
That's fine. Well, she's going to have her hand... she's going to still have her whip out, like, just ready.
Yep, you got it. Okay, that is May's turn. Cal with Cal now. Give me that saving throw privately. And, excuse me. It is Isle on deck.
Fish turns to Metal and says, we gotta get you in there to get her the thing.
Yeah, Metal nods in fear.
All right. Cal gurgles a little bit, and that is Isle's turn with Fish on deck.
Wait. They look at Kakano. Maybe I could bowl him in through the door.
Are you talking to Isle?
They're just talking out loud.
Yeah.
Gets out the sending stone, contacts May again. If you could open the door like a little bit, I could send Kakano through with healing.
Patrick, are you going to allow that?
I mean, I'm not saying whether it's like impossible or not. This is a great idea. What would May say to that seal ambulance?
May replies with, I can open the door, but I think she needs a bit more than Kekano's help. She needs healing.
Yeah, I've got there's a life gem involved. Like, we've got full resurrection powers.
Okay. Sorry, it's just, in which case May replies, okay, but I don't know how quickly I'll be able to open the door for Kekano. Because there is a lot of hollow men outside.
Well, he's shorter than them.
Sorry.
It is at this point that Ink realizes they've been picturing a door that goes up and down instead of in and out. And
Yeah. It's still true, though. Kekano's a lot smaller than they are.
yeah.
Well, they wouldn't even want to hit him. They'd just be like, look at that. Who's that? What's that?
He's very cute. We don't want to hurt him.
Well, yeah, that as a player, that's my concern, right? Because Kekano then has to survive for a whole minute to make it open that door.
Can Kakano disengage?
Kekano can disengage, and
He's fine!
You would know, but May would not know that Kekano is very fast.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
May replies.
fine. We're sending the thing. We're sending the boy. Boy, you're being sent.
I'm being sent.
Good luck, and give the takes the life gem from Metal, of course. Tucks it in, like either he gets to hold it in his mouth, or he gets to have it tucked into his
You got it, man. I'm gonna see
Yeah. Good boy. I love you. Be safe. Shoo.
He's going to jump down and scurry over here, and then he's going to hold his action until May can open the door. All right.
And
And
in
it
the-
is Isle's turn.
yes.
I'm just laying that as a free action in response to what May was saying. But now it is Isle's turn
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
with fish on deck.
Alright. We are going to. Let me get my measuring out.
Oh, actually, you started your turn in the gas cloud, so you do have to make another Constitution
Again.
saving throw for me. I'm gonna say with advantage this time because you got a 20 last time, or was it a dirty 20 or a
Okay.
nat 20?
It was a dirty 20.
Okay, then no advantage, just a
Oh.
regular saving throw.
That's fine because I got a 19. So
19. All right.
Yeah.
With a 19, yeah, you're pretty good. You're still coughing a little bit. You take 2 points
being
of
around
poison
her
damage.
own natural mess because
Yeah.
hardened her to.
Exactly. You take 2 points of poison damage.
With a 19, I take 2 points.
Yes, because
Okay.
you succeeded, so you take half.
Okay. There we go.
The batshit room prepared you for this.
It
Yeah.
did. It did.
You've just had your nostrils
said-
closed since then. You shut off that part of your brain.
Okay. Sorry, I'm got. And someday I'll be able to move to 2 screens, and then my life will be amazing. Okay, 2 damage. Do. Alright, we are going to run.
Towards Hollow Man 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Get there.
And we're I forgot that fish is there. And this if they explode, fish will die.
Just
It's
push him away.
Yeah.
Just go. Ugh.
I'm sorry, I was like, I know what I'm doing, and now
Yeah, now the game has changed. I will say, you still got spells and such if you want to.
yes. Yeah. We're just gonna slap fish with bark skin again.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep, you kind of got to get over here.
Literally, like, oh, thanks.
You gotta
Yeah, you
get,
take 2 damage, but your AC increases.
you got to get in here in order to touch fish. But yeah, give me that bark skin.
Go outside, touch fish.
Um,
No, so Isle will see that she's thrown Kekano and figures that something bad must have happened in order for Kekano to be going away. So they'll reach out, grab Fish's hand, and cast Bark Skin on them until the spell ends. Your skin will have a rough bark-like appearance, which is creepy.
it's
But
whatever.
your AC
I think
It's
for
whatever,
fish,
yeah.
I think for fish, it's like their stone fist, where it's kind of this
yes.
like hardwood like appearance.
Yes. So you become like that, and your AC will be 16 now.
That is very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
if what Cal needs is a healer kit, let's retcon it so that Kekano is just carrying a full, case in his mouth.
Do you have a healer's kit to give to him?
No, Fish does not.
Metal did.
Oh, Metal did.
But Metal,
Yeah, so we'll just switch it from life gen handed by Metal to healer's kit handed by Metal. I was like, I know the life. I was like thinking, Cal would be like, thank you. You wasted this. So we'll just say it was a healer's kit.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Instead of a gem in his mouth, he's carrying the handle of like a little, like, plastic first aid box.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. He can do it.
He is a strong boy. Okay, cool.
So,
anything you
can
want to
I
do with your
say-
bonus action or talking or anything?
Yeah, I'll do some talking. So she'll grab Fish's hand and she'll say, "Is there anything Jonas can do to help?"
I'll ask. Although he's probably going to offer to possess me, and I'm just going to tell you now, I would like not to lose my body.
No, I don't want you to either.
Yeah.
I really.
I
don't
will
want you
ask, though. And is it Fish's turn now?
And then now it's Fish's turn. Yeah. First
Okay.
thing you want to ask, Jonah?
Yeah. What can you do? How can you help me apart from take over my body?
Well, I don't need full control necessarily. I can just lend you some of my strength. It will, of course, require a little bit more of your soul. You'll burn down a little faster, but I can assist you if you would like.
I was hoping he would say some secrets. No, this isn't one.
How big a piece are we talking?
The equivalent of one maximum hit point. You get his assistance. He will give you some sort of combat boon. You've never done this before, so you don't know kind of what it is or how effective it would be. But he can sort of give you that without totally taking you over. Essentially, he can give you the weapon, and you make the choice on how to use it.
And this is Ink thinking, our weapon isn't really helping because, we need to keep these bitches closed. So it's more a matter of, how about I just put my sweater over my nose and mouth? Sorry, I'm drawing a total blank. Advice? Anything from anyone?
I
Got any spells that would do anything interesting?
I was
Can they-
thinking
can
Chaos
they hit
Bolt
you if
before
you
I
levitate?
knew. Oh, probably not, right? But it's also a lower ceiling. Patrick said that.
You can levitate. You can levitate far enough off the ground that the things would be much harder to hit you. They could theoretically kind of jump and get your ankles.
Just throwing it out there. If you're really stumped, you can just give Kekino a help action, which means you distract the eggs or something like that.
Yeah, you could also, I think, just use a spell or something. You got a long rest. So you got all your spells back.
You haven't had a run.
Oh.
Well, they have had
A short rest. I should say. Yep.
So we know that the eggs would immediately fail on a wisdom or intelligence throw, yes?
Not automatically fail. They've got real bad stats.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a good
To
chance.
give you a peek behind the curtain, prototype Hollow Man, Strength 16, Dex 6, Con 13, Intelligence 3, Wisdom 6, Charisma 4.
Okay.
They are real good at kicking.
And psychic damage would prevent
Psychic
them
damage is they're totally immune to.
Oh, right, okay.
But you don't necessarily know that because only Cal knows that.
Oh, unfortunately, then I guess Fish is gonna do a spell that won't be useful then, but they think it could work. Which is Vicious Words for the first time, which is a cantrip, cost none, one action, voice, instantaneous. You unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature you can see within range. If the target can hear you, though it need not understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 1d4 psychic damage. Fish is just going to look out at all of the eggs and be like, "Fuck you guys! You suck! You're ugly!"
You suck and you're ugly.
Yep.
Yeah, it has no effect. They, don't seem to even understand kind of what you're saying, nor do they have an ego to offend. Yeah, like, you still got movement and bonus actions if you want.
I was like, yeah, good job, babe. Fuck those eggs.
Thanks. They're alright, we're gonna just go one
Jonas does say, I don't think they have a ego to insult. Perhaps something a bit more physically minded or elemental, something of that nature.
Yeah, so I can get poisoned and die in this fucking room before you get what you want from me?
Don't be close. The clouds I see are very slight in size. Attack from further away.
Okay. Fish says to Metal, move back, grabs Isle by the hand so that when they move over here, she comes with.
Okay, yeah,
Yes?
you can pull Isle this distance if you use all your movement. Yep.
Yes.
Isle will take an attack of opportunity from Hollow Man 11.
Is that
That's
okay,
fine.
Vienna? Alright. Magnetic paired daggers. Throw one of them at 4, not 11, because don't want to hit Metal. But yeah, just fucking. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Give me your attack roll, and Isle takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh no. Okay, well my roll to hit is 5. So that's a fail.
Okay. With a 5, you throw it, and it just kind of clatters over here.
Can I call it back immediately, please?
Wait. You already used your action for Vicious Mockery. You couldn't even throw it, right?
Oh, piss. Alright,
Yeah.
then we're going and standing over there. We're just going and standing over there.
Okay.
And I'm
bonus
ready to throw.
actions? No, I don't think so. No bonus
No.
actions. Okay, then you're ready to throw
For next turn.
for next turn. That is the Hollow Man with Sinner on deck. They are going to. This Hollow Man is going to. First of all the poison disappears. This Hollow Man is going to use some of his movement to get up, and now you are kind of far away, so he's not super threatened, so he just kind of meanders in this area. This Hollow Man also kind of meanders towards you. This Hollow Man actually runs towards Metal, because she's close enough to still be a threat. Hollow Man wanders over there. This Hollow Man actually just kind of wanders this way, because it can't even see most of you. Yeah, it goes in here, this corner. Hollow Man 12 also stands up using half of his movement. I think 12 would probably run and just like throw itself at the door. Which does nothing. And 6 is probably going to come over here after Fish. 5, yeah, probably 5 after Fish, and 7 is not gonna make it, but it'll kind of be over here. All right, that is going to be 4 attacks on Fish. Fail. Fail. Would have hit if Fish didn't have bark skin. Yeah, failures. They just jump up and they're kicking you, and it's just hitting the like hard wooden of your body, and you're like, oh, shit. And then.
Oh, this is really cool. Why did you never do this to me before?
I've done it like 3 times.
Yeah.
She says that.
I was never paying attention, but I'm sorry.
that's
I have
okay.
to do better. I have to do better to pay attention to you.
No, you need to do better to not die. That's
That
all
is
I care
also
about.
important. Hollow Man 16 ran over from the platform to go kick Metal. That's 1 miss, and Metal has a 13, so that just hits. Metal takes 8 points of bludgeoning damage. 11 is going to swing down here. Yeah, Sinner's the bigger threat, and that's pretty obvious, so it's going to attack Sinner.
Can we put Minion Nip on Sinner and just make them all go to him? He'll be...
Yeah. Oh, Sinner has a higher AC than I thought. Yeah, that's 1
Is
miss.
Minion Nip a banana?
Fine.
Probably.
It probably is. We're going to put him in the minion overalls and then his little goggles, and then he'll have a banana cheekily sticking out the fly of the overalls.
Wow. Awful mental image. Absolutely hate it.
Ellie adds
and
on
then
her to
Hollow
draw
Man
list.
4. Okay, yeah, the Hollow Man 11 and 4 try to kick Sinner a bunch of times, do a little bit, not a whole ton. That means it is Sinner's turn with Metal on deck. Sinner was told to help Fish. I think he's probably going to try to clear the way a little bit. Yeah, but he sees that Fish has now, like, wooden armor, and these fists are just, like, these kicks are, like, bouncing off of it. So I think he just calls out, Fish, are you good?
No!
Alright, on the way. And he is going to... Yeah, he is probably going to just run up here, take 2 opportunity attacks from the Hollow Men he's leaving behind, one of which is a nat 20. So that is... sorry. That is 15 points of damage, which gets reduced to 7. Cool. Sinner is starting to look mildly fatigued. And he is going to run over and try to kill a bunch of people. He's first, I think, going to make... Yeah, I think he's just going to hope that any poison he can get you out of fast. So he's going to make 2 attacks on that thing, which once again continues to roll so low, but his stats are so good that he hits anyway. Get on my fucking dice.
Who's just unsympathetic to Sinner looking slightly fatigued.
Yes.
And is there just being like, just keep the fucking poison away?
No, he just thought he could
inhale really hard,
kill them and get you out of the way, rather than he could get them out of the way and be effective. Yes, I didn't even do the math. I just saw he rolled decently high, so there's no chance that Hollow Man 6 still exists.
Okay.
It poofs. And I deleted all my poison gas clouds, so let me get that back. I need Isle, Fish, and then Sinner also to do a Constitution saving throw.
$13.
13? No problem, don't get poisoned.
5.
Sinner, no problem, don't get poisoned.
No.
Fish does get poisoned. Okay, let me Let me roll that damage real fast. Okay. Isle takes 4 points of poison damage. Sinner takes 4 points of poison damage. Fish takes 8 points of poison damage and has the poison condition. Poison. Poisoned. Boop. Sinner is then going to run over here and use his bonus action. Okay. Sinner grabs Hollow Man 5, smashes him into Hollow Man 7. They both go tumbling out this direction, and they're this far away. And Sinner is going to use his movement to close and kind of block them off and take heat off Fish. Okay, that is Sinner's turn. It is Metal with the end of the round, and then May on deck.
Okay. So.
How's Metal looking health-wise?
She's at 17.
Okay, not terrible.
Just like at half. Metal's gonna use. She's gonna use. Oh, wait. No. Okay, she's gonna use Earth Tremor. On these three fellas in her immediate vicinity.
Okay.
It's a Dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw for them. They are almost guaranteed to fail. But
Great.
Let's see. Just casting it regular, not upcasting it at all.
Yeah, just regular.
Okay, because I will say it is bludgeoning damage.
Yeah,
which
my
you know
goal
they're
is to
resistant to. Yep.
my goal is to knock them prone.
Okay. I don't know, D20. I do. Okay. Okay. What is your spell save DC?
Oh shit! It is 13.
Ooh. Wow. Okay.
No, don't see that bad for
one-
hit.
One of the Hollow Man 11, managed to keep his feet and not get knocked prone, which is a statistical wonder. Hollow Man 4 is prone, 16 is prone. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, well, it's certainly not going to be much. It's a 2.
2? Okay, so they
Yeah.
each take 1 damage.
What about the one who had the successful save? Because he takes half.
He takes 0 damage.
Damn it.
Yeah. Honestly,
Goddamn.
you do the earth tremor, and he just kind of like, and just kind of jiggles.
I do have one potion. I believe I have one. I believe I bought a minor health potion.
That sounds right to me, but I'm not sure.
Yes. So I mean, I guess I just know that that's a poison gas cloud and that Fish is in it and probably unwell. Is that like general knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you've seen the other people.
Rich
get
is
stuck.
they've burst into tears in the most recent seconds.
No.
However, I'm not sure how clearly you see Fish through the poison cloud. You know they're there. I'm not sure if you can tell that they're crying. Just that they're doing.
Oh, I don't need to know if they're crying. I know they're not well. Okay. Can I just hop over maybe the prone one and then go into the direction where I know Fish is, into the poison cloud? And
Sure.
Okay.
Well, what are you gonna do once you get there?
I would like to just hand them the potion because I can't do anything about it because I already have an action, right?
Yeah, but you do still have a bonus action. Okay.
Hmm.
Hop over
Well, if
the
I can,
prone
that'd be
one.
sick.
That's no problem. Get you over to here. You can avoid the gas and still get the potion.
Oh,
to
sick.
Fish. You get 1 attack of opportunity from Hollow Man 11, which does hit.
That's fine.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then yeah, you pass Fish the potion. That's a free action. You still got a bonus action.
Can I use a bonus action to give it to them? Is that a thing?
You can uncork it and put it in their mouth as a bonus action. I will roll. I won't just give it to you. I'll make you roll a sleight of hand to be like, "Hey, what's that?"
I mean,
like, what?
if it doesn't go well, am I going to waste the potion?
Yes. That
No.
is
Don't do
danger.
that.
Okay, I don't want to do that. I will. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
You do still have burning hands.
I do, but there's freaking poison everywhere.
That's true. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying you have it.
Well, okay. You know what? I can because I can just do it back in that direction that I just came from.
Yeah, you can actually. You still have about 5 more feet of movement, so you can move here or here and kind of get into a spot.
Okay. Well, I'll do that, and I'll go back at those buddies I just ran away from.
Okay. Burning Hands is a 15-foot cone, I want to say.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mads, have you considered that the gas might ignite?
I have considered that, and I am afraid. Can I do some kind of just sort of general knowledge?
Give me an Arcana check, just on how you've seen this reacting so far.
I don't know if I've ever done an Arcana check. Oh, wow. 16.
Okay. With a 16, it does seem like the gas is flammable. Flame in a controlled place is in a small space is explosive. Gas in a non-enclosed space is just flammable. With a 16, I think you think there would be a 50-50 chance that igniting the gas cloud would just burn it up and like not hurt anybody, would just literally stop the poison from existing, and a 50% chance that it would still
Jesus
go away
Christ.
but like kind of burn people a little bit.
Patrick, no.
You would also on that 16 be like, the Hollow Men are probably going to explode if you kill them with fire damage, but maybe that's not a bad thing, especially if they're clumped up together.
Well.
Early Pops, we're gonna die anyway. We might as well die in the flames.
Go for it. Do you wanna try to angle the fire slightly and kind of get the edge of the poison cloud?
You know, listen, I don't like this at all.
Gotta make the call.
Let's just say, hypothetically, if something were to explode, how would that hit Fish? Would that come back in this direction?
I mean, we're not talking military-shaped charges here. It explodes kind of in a circle, you know?
A big range.
I
Definitely.
don't think you know with an Arcana of 16 how
That's really
big the
weird.
explosion is going to be. Just that there probably will be one.
Okay.
Mads, do you want me to serenade you while you have a think about it?
Oh, sure.
One,
So now we fly ever free. We're free before the thunderstorm. On towards the wilderness, our quest carries on. Through the fire and the flames. Thank you.
Oh. That was beautiful, thank you.
Oh no, let's go for the next verse just because it's more appropriate. So far away, we wait for the day, for the lives also wasted and gone. We feel the pain of a lifetime lost in 1,000 days. Through the fire and the flames, we carry on.
That's so beautiful. I'm going to not do that, and I think I'm going to go with whoever said it. If we can just all get into this room, then we can explode the room as we're leaving. So I think I will not do it.
Okay, you're not going to use your bonus action?
I'm not.
Even to kill some enemies?
Listen, I can't kill all my people.
You don't know that it would kill your people. You don't even know that it's a danger to your people. 50-50 chance that the gas ignites.
Wouldn't Fish rather get killed by metal than by...
Mads,
No,
like,
don't listen to
if
me.
If only our screens were arranged so that Patrick was on one side and I was on the other,
Yeah.
like angel devil on the shoulder.
I'm sure who is who.
If you don't want to do it, you just don't use your bonus action.
You know, he keeps saying that in such a frightening way. I will take a team vote. So that if I kill Fish. Okay, yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me psychologically torture you a little bit more.
No.
Do you remember how Metal thinks her parents died?
Mm-hmm.
In
Yeah.
flames.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You're right. You're so right. Elliot goes back to mute. I'm just not going to do anything. I'm not going to do
You got
anything. No further questioning, please.
Yep, you got it. Okay, that's Metal's turn. It is now the top of the round with May on deck. Let us create more Hollow Men.
Not the gurgling.
Isn't it great that I changed that tank from 25 to 20? Don't you appreciate that?
Right.
I do,
do.
Patrick.
Thank
I
you.
think now that this is the third round, you can tell that the amount of Hollow Men inflated each round is not consistent, but that they do appear in a consistent order. Starting in this one over to the left corner here, and then going clockwise. Which means if you wanted to sabotage
where
them,
we're
you
at.
know which ones to sabotage, potentially.
Okay.
Alright, that is cool. Let me get this down. Cool. That is the top of the round. It is May's turn with Cal on deck.
So just confirm, there are only weapons in this room. There's nothing that can potentially help.
You can give me a perception check.
Would that count as an action, Patrick? Like,
No.
because I want to stabilize. And if I want to stabilize Cal, that'll count as an action, yeah?
It will count as an action. You would make a DC 15 medicine check, and you would make it... Actually, first things first, roll your Constitution saving throw. Because otherwise you'll be making all these checks with disadvantage.
That is 14.
14 does it. You are no longer poisoned. Okay, yeah, you would. You can make a perception check for free around this room, looking for things that would be helpful. You could, as an action, do a DC 15 medicine check to stabilize Cal.
Okay, but then I won't be able to open the door again. Unless Kekino can open the door.
Probably not. Kekino probably can't open the door. He's got little flippers.
The healer's kit has 10 uses. Just open the door. Going down from 10 to 9 is not worth strife over.
Well, so you think I should just open the door?
Yeah.
There are 2 Hollow Men right outside. That's all. Yeah.
I mean,
you could like
but
hold
like
your
Kekino
action.
has to throw away his action if you don't open it, right?
Well, yeah. This is my
yeah.
point. Like,
Potentially, but you also don't have to open the door all the way.
So that
Well-
wouldn't count as an action then?
No, it
I
would count
really
as an
think
action to
he's
open the door.
small, and I think he's small and fast enough to be able to slip on through before
Just
the
a crack.
big ugly eggs can do it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you want to start off with your bonus action and just get a second wind to get that out of the way. Sometimes for me, doing the easiest thing and then doing my harder thing later helps me.
Yeah, alright. I'll do that first. So how does second wind work, Patrick? What do I do?
I
What
believe
is-
you roll 1d10. Yeah, roll 1d10 and you get that +1 regain in health.
I guess I'll let it be a good one. That's an 8, so a 9. Whew.
Okay, 9 health.
Alright, so let me just
instantly
update
back.
that before I forget.
And you can't use that again until you take a short or long rest.
Yeah, okay. Now I'm going to do my free perception checks. I'm specifically looking for things that I know will like give Cal hit points or like stabilizer.
Yeah.
So, please God, let it be another good roll. And that 20, baby.
A nat 20.
Wow, wow, wow.
All
Thank
right.
Christ.
There's an
Second one?
Oh, this is a chest
8,000-year-old
potion.
healing potion in
This
this.
is the second one specifically for May and Cal, and that's because your dice want them to be besties.
Alright, so give me the lowdown, Patrick. There'd be a fucking potion within walking distance of me so I can get it, go back to Cal and dunk it down her fucking throat.
There is not a specific healing potion within walking distance of you in this room. This is very clearly a weapons fabrication area, but with a nat 20, you see some sort of like alchemical reagents on some of the tables. Really, really old bottles. No idea if they're still good or not, but you're like, okay, I recognize that one and that one and that one, and I may be able to make something that can give her a little bit of health if those ingredients are still active. You also see these little fragments of crystal, and you see that kind of these are not the pseudo black crystals. These are these are real black crystals from wherever the well of magic is. You know, it's not known in this time period, but they seem to have broken and fractured. But there are little chips of them that seem to have magical energy still retained in them. You think with a natural 20, between you and Kat and just like the things you have on your person, you could make some sort of like magical defibrillator. It would be really dangerous because it could potentially fry Cal, but you could absolutely make something that would get her back up. So those are your two like potentially risky options. Making some sort of device out of the things in here that can get her back up, potentially do harm to her, but a decent chance of getting her up, or making some sort of healing potion, which would do a lot less beneficial for her, but also has a pretty high chance of failure, but also wouldn't necessarily have anything negative with failure.
Fuck. Manny, what do you reckon?
Doing either of those would be an action.
Yeah, that's it. So really, I can either fix Cal or open the door.
Maybe.
Maybe fix Cal
maybe.
or open the door.
Because
and hope
Patrick
that.
is making the potion one action and giving the potion to Cal another action on a different turn.
I would say on both of them, making the item, with a natural 20, making the item and giving it to Cal would be one action total.
How would that affect my death saving throws if it failed?
They don't reset if you don't get any like new health or anything, so you would still be at your successes and failures that you're at.
So the frying has no effect mechanically.
Mechanically, you wouldn't know whether it's going to have an effect or not. It could like, if it goes wrong, it could like instantly give you 2 failures, or it could kill you, or it could be like, you got a little injured. I mean, you're unconscious, but also May is like May is smart enough to take a technology she doesn't understand. With a nat 20, she's capable of taking technology she doesn't understand, that she only vaguely understands the principle behind, and be able to make a device that could potentially save your life.
Yeah. I think it would be up to you. To Ellie, for me, I'm down for whatever. I think it's up to you as a roleplay choice of would May be overly cautious in this moment, or would she just be like, fuck it, let's just try something, and like depend on my own intelligence. That would be my call.
Yeah, you're either depending on your own intelligence, or Kekino is going to come in and help you, or try to.
So just decide what you think May would do at the moment, and like let that be your call. That would be my advice for you. I don't personally. Either way, I'm balling. It's fine.
Patrick, what would I have to roll for the potion and for the defib?
What you would have to roll is for the potion is a medicine check. For the defibrillator would be let's see. Defibrillator would probably be like a tool check of some kind. You have your proficiency with your tools, so it would be +3. And then I would roll something, and depending on your check and what I roll would be whether it works or not, and what the effect would be.
Okay, sorry, I blanked a moment of stress. What would I need to roll for the defib? Like minimum roll?
Oh, the DC, you would roll a tool check. Yeah, you got a natural 20, so I can just tell you this. You would roll a tool check, so +3, to make a defibrillator that did anything is DC 6. To make one that has a decent chance of helping Cal is DC 12. To make one that is a pretty good chance of helping Cal is DC 18. If you get over 18, there's a pretty low chance something's going to go wrong.
Wait, so I could still, even if I make it, I still have to roll again to actually. I really don't know what to do, Patrick. Sorry, I really don't know what to do.
You are working with this is on an alien planet, and you're just grabbing technology that looks mildly familiar to figure it out. So it is a big risk. But again, easy choice is just opening the door for Kekino.
Yeah. No, as Patrick outlines this, and I think May has a moment of puzzling this out rationally, I do think she's risky. She's not let's layer 7 risks on top of each other.
Especially after Cal yelled at her for being risky.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think it weighed out like that, I think from what I think of May's character, she would be like, you know what? No, at least I know these egg fuckers, and I know I can try to hit them with my whip if they try to sneak in here, and I think she would do the safe option, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, no, I agree with that. Okay, so can Kekino communicate with May? Does Kekino have his own standing stone?
He doesn't have a standing stone.
He can yell real loud.
He can yell real loud, and you might hear it through the door.
You can also sending stone to Fish, who can speak to Kekino through Kekino's phone.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. Alright. May's gonna do that through the sending stone. As in tell Fish to tell May when Kekino's at the door.
Fish
I can't fucking see. There's poison gas everywhere.
Fish is crying and coughing and suffering so much. But as far as Fish knows, Kekino is ready and raring to go. Kekino is in that sprinting position, ready to get in that door.
Mooney, I'm just gonna crack open the door, the tiniest bit. Alright?
Yeah,
that's
crack open the door. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Kekino's proximity give advantage. Kekino's nosing the door.
Yeah, with an 11, Kekino runs in, dashes through, slips through the crack, runs over to Cal. Hollow Man 12 sees that and slams against the door as you try to hold it closed. Give me a strength saving throw. This is going to be actually. Let me roll with this DC.
Wait, which way does the door open? Does the door open in?
Yeah,
So
it
when
opens
the-
towards you.
Oh, towards me. Okay.
You're trying to push it closed,
Yeah.
and it's trying to slam it open. Let me tell you what your DC is going to be. Not too bad. DC 10 to keep the door closed with a strength saving throw.
14. Let's see what this. I think my strength is not hot though.
Ah,
Yes, that's 13.
Okay. With a 13, it slams against the door, but kind of bounces off. You manage to shoulder the door closed, lock it again. You are safe in here. Kekino has the healer's kit open on Cal's stomach and is like nosing through it, just like pulling random bandages out, and goes, "Help Caligulus! Help Caligulus!" And then you can
So
probably
I-
use the rest of your movement to get back to Caligulus.
Yeah, alright, doing that.
Okay, cool. Then next turn, you are going to be able to stabilize Cal. Mooney, give me that secret saving throw, death saving throw. Cool. All right. Then it is now Isle's turn with Fish on deck.
okay. Well. Oh. How many hit points does Fish have right now? 2. Mooney, to answer your question, my call is stressful. But-
Just an audio clip of Vienna being like, the battles aren't stressful.
and just put it. Well, maybe if we stop dying, it would be fine.
It would be like pretty realistic for Isle to like tear it out of Fish's hands and shove it down their throat. Just saying. And also, like,
No.
I'm pretty sure that poison damage kicks in at the top of a turn, and so Fish wouldn't even get the chance to chug it themselves.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, depending on you could potentially roll high enough, and the damage could be low enough that you survive the start of your turn. But that is a good point. I need Isle to roll a Constitution saving throw.
21.
21. You're good. Let me just double check this. You take 2 points of poison damage.
a 21 is 2 points, you say?
I mean, it's half damage, and I rolled it.
It just. Do we. Okay, and they have a healing potion in their hands.
Yep.
Yeah, that is what's happening. Isle is grabbing it out of their hands and bottle feeding.
I'd say first of all, is Fish in a mental headspace that they will accept this help? Based on
Yeah.
the fact that they can only kind of sort of see and are sort of scared.
Look, they know that Isle is next to them, and they at this point recognize when it's her hand on them, even if it's just on the shoulder, and that would be the smallest of comforts. And if anything, it's like, oh fuck, Isle's here. Whatever she's gonna do is gonna be fine.
All right. Give me. Do you want to use your action or a bonus action?
I mean, does that impact the possibility of it functioning?
If you do it as an action, it's guaranteed. If you do it
as action,
okay. I was gonna say if you do it as a bonus action, because Fish knows it's you, it's sleight of hand with advantage.
Let me check that stat really fast. Yeah, we're just gonna do it as an action.
Awesome. You uncork the bottle, tip it up to Fish's mouth, and Fish gets the effects of a healing potion. That
She's put her whole arms around them and is holding them like this, and
yeah.
It tastes like Pepsi.
Yeah, it's
like
Pepsi.
It is Pepsi. Okay. How much does the healing potion regain? There's a question for Metal, who would have it. Although I might be able to look it up.
If you could look it up, that would be good.
I think it's just like the most minor healing potion.
There's minor, standard, and major.
We have minor. I got minor.
So 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
Okay. Fish, roll that 2d4 plus 2.
Plus d4. That's 7.
7 total. All right, you gain back 7 hit points. Isle, you still
Hot
have
9
movement and a bonus action.
It's a hot 9.
Hot 9.
I still have a what and a bonus action?
You have movement and a bonus action.
Okay.
You could probably, with your movement, drag Fish out of this, out of the poison. You've been in here before a couple of times. You're getting the sense of it. You're hitting those Constitution saving throws. You could probably just drag Fish out of here.
That's the move. Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
You probably get to over here if you want. That might be the safest. You could actually drag one more square. Kind of dangerous because the Hollow Men can see you now.
Yeah.
But,
is it possible for me to switch places with Fish or no?
Yeah.
And have
I think you have enough movement to do that.
I'd like to be blocking Fish and Metal. And if there's anything I can do, because they're big and dumb to like scream and get them to focus their attacks on me, I would love to do that.
You still have a bonus action left. I'd say
I could bonus action turn in. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I'd say as a bonus action, you can give me an intimidation check.
Okay. That's rolled a 16. That is going to be minus something. -1, so 15.
Okay. With a 15, you see even Hollow Man 18 up here, which was looking at Fish like a tasty morsel, is focused on you as you just bellow with rage. Yes, intimidation is a charisma stat, which I was really bad at.
So, the only time that she is ever good at intimidation is if she's like a literal wolf.
Yeah.
If she turns into a shark, then it works. But
it's also this kind of thing of like when she's just like looking big and growling at people, it's like, yeah, that's good intimidation. Like right now, just yelling, good intimidation. But then she's like gonna threaten someone. She's like, I'm gonna your ass.
Get you.
Yeah, and it's like, oh. Yeah, it's a whole not great at talking thing.
No, we
All right,
She
yeah.
tried.
have the Muppet man with fish on my shoulders. And
It seems like
the
all
most
the
intimidating body.
It seems like all the hollow men in that immediate area are focused on you. Yeah. Okay, that is Fish's turn with the hollow men on deck.
How's Isle's health?
I've got 20 hit points left.
How's Metal's health?
I'm fine.
$13.
Okay, I think
I
then.
also need Fish to give me a Constitution saving throw at the beginning.
Oh yes, of
to
course.
see if they're still poisoned.
Even though we're out of the gas? Oh, because...
6.
6 does not do it. Still poisoned. So
Right.
disadvantage on attacks and ability checks and such.
Cool, love it. My thought is, so I'm looking at the gas cloud over there that Cinder's still standing in, good on him, and trying to imagine, 3 more, 4 more even.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we would definitely be in the zone of 11 and 16. However, and 18 possibly. Sorry, Patrick, go. What are you saying?
From what you've seen so far, with just the size of the clouds, 16 would probably get 16 and 11 would both get Isle, but it's right at the edge, so she would actually make those checks with advantage, and it wouldn't be far enough to get you or Metal.
Then so while Isle was dragging them, they'd gone a bit limp, but now they're like, oh fuck. Okay. Looking all around, and I'm going to fire 4 blasphemous darts, each one hitting 1 to hit 18, 1 to hit 16, 1 to hit 4, and the other to hit 11.
Okay. And those all hit automatically. Give me those damage rolls.
Never misses, baby.
Okay, well that's a bit unfortunate, but it's still something. 1, 1, 1, 3.
Okay. 18 gets 1 damage. 16 gets 1 damage. 11 gets 1 damage. And what did you say the last one was?
3.
3. Okay.
Oh wait,
And,
don't I do a plus something?
it should be 1d4 plus 1, I believe.
Okay, then that's 2, 2, 2,
Gotcha. Okay.
4.
That makes sense. Yep. Okay.
Force damage as well.
Yep. They're all looking decently injured. None of them are kind of close to death yet.
Well-
You definitely think number 4 is the worst off, kind of rolling around on its backside. You spike it with a blasphemous dart right in its butt, and it just sort of slowly spins around while squealing.
Well, they did their best. The only thing they could think to do, and very bitterly, they say to Jonas, "Good luck after I'm gone."
Jonas is kind of silent for a moment and says, "I'll do what I can." Do you want to give Jonas any kind of power here? Or are you just saying, once I drop, I guess, make me a puppet for a little while?
Fish's thought is basically over my dead body,
Mhm,
you know?
yeah.
So once they're going down. It's like, okay, then you can have at it, but not while I'm still standing.
Okay, you got it. All right, that's Fish's turn. Any bonus actions? No.
Do you want to try to
it's-
run toward the door?
Yeah, you still have movement if you want to try to get somewhere.
Don't know. Actually, I'll ask Vienna and Mads. Let's weigh in. Like, we could all hold hands and run together.
Listen,
That'd be great.
my plan. I want you to go in. Isle's going to turn into a draft horse and make a gas explosion. You guys get in the door. Isle and Cinder will do
Sure.
something.
I mean, let's go
Yeah.
for it. Fish grabs Metal's hand and thinks to Kakano, "We're coming in the door, please. Get it open for us."
is down. I'll tell May to get it open. May! Kakano phone for you!
Ring ring.
Ring ring Kakano phone!
And
Okay.
so they can converse directly, or
Yeah, real quick, you can respond to that.
911.
May, we're
what's your
coming
seal
in.
Emergency.
Sorry, Patrick, can I open the door? I can open the door as a bonus action after stabilizing Cal, or should I be? Yeah,
Yeah,
fine.
does Techno have an action?
please. Can
Kakano
can
does
just do
have
it?
an action. He doesn't have thumbs, so I don't think he can do the healer's kit or the door.
What?
I think with Kakano's help, he could make either of those a bonus action, so you could do both theoretically.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think in exchange, he because you're using the healer's kit, you don't have to roll like a medicine check or anything. You wouldn't get like advantage on keeping the hollow men out when you open the door, which you would have gotten if Kakano was helping you. Instead, his help is making one of those faster.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let's
There may,
healer's kit in place.
Yeah. All right. May's like, I'll be ready.
Fish grabs Metal's hand, and we're just gonna bolt on through onto
Okay.
the door.
You're going into the
And-
gas.
Yeah, I mean, we can't make it round, can we?
You could try
Run.
and sneak down this way, but that does kind of put you in the middle of a bunch of hollow men and does make the trip kind of longer. Through the gas is more direct route. Around the gas takes longer and potentially draws more attention to you.
Bonus action, we hold our breath.
That one. Can you hold your breath for 6 seconds?
I would say give me a
Hold our breath and cover our mouths like this.
give me a give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Can I help and make it 0 and just flat?
If Fish is communicating to you what they're doing, then yes, you can help and make it a flat roll.
Okay.
Can we say that Isle told them to do it and I can help?
I
think
I'll scream.
Isle would be the one to tell them to get to safety. Like,
Yeah.
There's something very specific that is happening right here, though.
We'll just be like,
Are
should we
you-
go through the? Are we going through the gas?
Are you ready, you son of a bitch? In parentheses, affectionate. Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay, with disadvantage,
Yes. Wait, no.
you got double nat
Oh.
20s.
No.
Oh.
No. You made it a flat roll.
Yes, and then
Yeah.
you've only rolled once.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, nat 20. You look at the room, you remember where everyone is, grab Metal's hand, hold your breath, close your nose, cover your eyes so there's no like membranes for this to get in. And
Yo.
You run in. Dragging Metal, you can both get about here, and Metal's turn can take you the rest of the way to the door.
Sick.
Yeah, neither of you needs to take damage or anything. Neither of you needs to roll. Cool.
Damn.
That is,
I'm sorry for calling you a son of a bitch. You're not. I don't want to be me. You're my friend.
No, I understand. I'm not Brennan. I don't have dice to eat, but yeah, that's the Hollow Men's turn with Sinner on deck. Isle screamed and gave Fish and Metal the chance to run away. So these guys are going to go do this. This Hollow Man is going to awkwardly stand up, and because it's so close, can get to Isle. This one's going to go to Isle. This one can kind of stand up and just kind of waddle over this way. These guys just kind of waddle over here. Waddle over here. Hollow Man 17 is kind of too far away to be in the mix, so he just wanders. Hollow Man 1 just wanders. 21 just kind of wanders. 14 can kind of see these guys in trouble and hear their screams, so it's going this way. 13 is kind of wandering and is over here. 20 just kind of wanders off the platform. Okay, we'll do those attacks on Isle first then. One hit. No hits. Barely. And no hits. Okay, you only got hit once by these three of Hollow Man coming around and trying to kick you. That is 7 bludgeoning damage. And then... Yep, 5 and 7 are going to take swings on Sinner. 19 is also going to come off the gas and take swings on Sinner. Completely misses Fish and Metal in the cloud. And 12 was bashing against the door, is going to bash another time and then just kind of wander this way. Not really in the mix, but not out of it. Okay, that's 3 Hollow Men's attack on Sinner. Oh, first of all, this disappears. Which would mean... Yeah, this Hollow Man would see Fish first. So that's going to be 1 attack on Fish. Okay. So 2 Hollow Men attacking Sinner. 1 hit. Sinner takes 5 damage, reduced to 2 damage. He's looking fine. Then we got 2 attacks on Fish. Those both hit, unfortunately. Even with the bark skin.
That was about... Fuck!
That was a 17 and 18. Natural rolls. Okay.
Strike me
all right.
down with all your anger.
Okay. That is 18 damage. No, wait. 12 damage.
-3. Just before they go down, Fish grabs Metal, like they're still holding her hand very tightly. And they're like, "Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Drops.
Give me a Constitution saving throw. You are looking for a DC 10.
10 exactly.
10 exactly. You say sorry to Metal, and you start to drop, and as soon as your finger touches the ground, even before you hit with your knees, you feel a coldness in you, looking for just a moment at these fingertips slowly turning black. Metal sees as Fish breathes out really hard, almost like seeing your breath, but instead little tendrils of black smoke. And Fish stands up at 1 hit point and just completely tanks the blow as you start to see little wreaths of flame, almost like coming out of their pores and then disappearing. and that costs you nothing from Jonas. He just wants to keep his host alive. That was your once per long rest, not die when you were supposed to ability.
Hell yeah, bitch! Oh my god.
Alright, so put that back to 1.
Yep, you got 1 hit point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's next?
That's all the attacks of the Hollow Men. It is now Sinner's turn with Metal on deck. Yeah. Sinner was told to protect Fish, sees Fish kind of running towards the door with Metal. What is he gonna do? I think he is going to... Let me just double check this. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yep, that's what he's gonna do. Sinner is going to get a little bit smaller. Metal and Fish sees Sinner's kind of roided up muscles just deflate to their regular, still incredibly muscular size. And then he breathes in and breathes in and breathes in way past what should be the lung capacity of a human. And then he uses a spell on himself, one that is the equal and opposite of what he used to get through the weight trap. You see Metal and Fish that Sinner's size increases. He grows to almost what seems like a full 8 feet tall, and his muscles grow in proportion. He is going to move over here in this just giant of a man and make some checks. Okay, and that will be...
he needs to just pick them all up and just...
be okay. These 3 little fucking balloons will need to make strength saving throws. Their DC for this is 24, which means they cannot make it without a natural 20. Let's roll for these 3. Not only not a natural 20, very much the opposite. Sinner sweeps out his arm, wraps it around Hollow Man 19, and just like sweeps all of them out of the way with his big extended reach now. 19 goes flying over this way, 7 goes flying over here, 5 goes over here. 19 is now prone, and then oh my god, that was a 4. Each of them takes 4, rounded up to 8 damage. That is number 5. It's down to that. 7. At 19. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just just Godzilla appears in the room with you and just sweeps them out of the way. And he turns to Fish and Isle and clearly trying to modulate his voice, but he's still so much larger that his vocal cords are a bellows. He's just like, "Get in the door, all them off." And that's, well, he still has some movement actually, so that's his turn. He's going to wrap around this way and get in here so we can more effectively kind of hold him back from you. Shame of it is, May isn't witnessing this. There's a door in the way. That is Sinner's turn. It is Metal's turn with the top of the round on deck.
Oh my god, so Metal is just gonna, like, having just gone through a poisonous gas cloud and also seen Fish die and then come back to life right in front of her, is tearfully, like, gasping for breath and is going to grab Fish and continue their trek to the door.
Okay. You, with your movement, just pull Fish to the door. You still have your action and a bonus action. You can hold your action to be like a dash and like actually run through the door and get in once you have the chance, which means you have a bonus action still if you want it.
Oh, does May have to open it? Okay.
Metal opened the door, or is it like now barred from the inside?
Metal can open.
Just have to know how to open it, right? That's the problem.
Yeah,
Press it, yeah.
Have Metal. Actually,
You don't even have to call because it could just be like ring ring, sending stone. I'm outside.
Ring ring. I'm sending stone.
Like,
open the door.
Put your hand on it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, you can use your action to open the door and try to get inside.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
on the stone.
As long as you can like talk to May.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like,
Me.
Am outside. Unlock the door. / what is code to get in?
3003S. Hold it upside down.
yeah.
Yeah. Open the door.
Yep,
Okay.
we're going in.
You open it. That is your. I will say, if you open it, that is your action. You don't have more movement to get inside.
Okay. Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, that's the benefit of waiting for May. Is you can hold your action and actually get inside, or you can open the door now.
Okay. Well, then perhaps I will hold it just to keep it safely shut until we need to go in.
You still have a bonus action.
I'm not going to use any bonus action.
Now you can set them on fire.
Yeah.
I will say you can also technically hold a bonus action, I guess. No, that's not how it works. Sorry, you can only hold one thing per turn.
I was like, God surely can't be so generous.
Okay, how about this? Listen.
Yeah?
No, hold on. I think I will not say
I'm listening.
No, I will. I was just thinking, like, first, can you clarify for me, because I forget, and for some reason it's written weird, but for Burning Hands, Burning Hands, that still costs a spell point, right? I have it written weird, so it just seems like it says
it
one
costs
burning.
one spell point. Yes.
Okay, well, that's annoying. Okay, in that case, I'm not going to use it yet.
You have spell points, though, I think.
I have 3.
Okay.
So, I will save it
I
for...
will say, we are so burned. We have to do a long or short rest. There is no world where we are getting back out
I
there
said you gotta leave it all on the field for this battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be nap time once you get in through the door, so...
Oh, wait, which one am I looking at? I was looking at Firebolt. Never mind, then that's not gonna work. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay, cool. Then you just hold out there, and that is the Top of the round with May on deck. Let's see how many Hollow Men we get. Ooh, very lucky. We only got 2 more Hollow Men.
I was like, lucky for who?
Sinner hears this noise and thinks it's piss and is like, what?
Yeah.
Where is
No, Thinner is fighting
Show
off
me.
these Hollow Men.
Show me
and
the where?
with no one responding to him is like, this is that inflation shit. I'm not into that. Yeah, that is
None
May's
of these
turn.
minions have pee holes.
It's true. That is May's turn with Cal on deck.
Okay. So basically I have to choose whether I guarantee open the door or guarantee heal Cal in this situation.
No.
Right.
No, we
No.
fix that with Kekno.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kakino is helping you, so you can do both.
Guaranteed.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Okay, alright, cool.
Easy turn. You just do those two
Yes,
things.
thank God. Alright. May
The checks you were making was essentially because the Hollow Men were like charging the door as you open it. So now that
Yeah.
it's just metal and fish and there's no Hollow Men around, you can just open it and then close it again. Yeah.
Okay.
Just, knock, knock, knock.
May flings open the door.
Okay,
but
without healing Cal first.
If it's guaranteed that she can heal Cal, she's gonna like. If you're telling me I can definitely heal Cal and do both, 100% guaranteed, Patrick. That's all I need to know.
Patrick's doing this on
Because
purpose.
in May's mind, the 5 seconds it takes her to open that door and potentially save 2 more people is not going to be a problem. So May cracks the door open just enough for them to get through, barks at them, get in and close the door after you, and then leaves the door open because obviously they need to move. That's on their turn.
No, they saved their action, so they immediately run in.
Yeah.
Metal, where would
slams
you
the
like
door.
to take you? Just kind of in here? Over towards Cal? Where do you want to be?
Yeah, over where May's going. Over with Cal.
Sounds good. Fish is over here. Yeah. And then you leave the door open or slam it closed?
Slamming it, can I slam it closed in part of the one action, Patrick?
No, it's just part of the same thing. You're trapping
Okay, cool.
Sinner and Isle outside, but
Yeah, well, I'll deal with that in a second.
Yep.
We're
But
fine.
as
We're
she
fine.
flings
This is
open
fine.
the door, I do want her. I think it's fair that she can see what's going on.
you see a ginormous Sinner,
Yeah.
like the largest back possible. He is 8 feet tall.
Taking up the camera. Yeah.
You look at where you think Sinner's back of Sinner's head should be, and you get like shoulder
Yeah.
blades.
And can I slip in some dialogue for free?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sending stone both to Isle and Sinner. She says, "Hold on, I'll be right back." Then closes the door, sprints back to Cal. I think. Okay, I'm gonna put my case to you, Patrick. May, as the person who has been on many digs and no doubt has sustained many injuries, would probably be better placed to use a first aid kit than Metal or Fish, right?
It's your action. It's your bonus action, anyways.
Fish can't
Yeah.
fucking see through the tears.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. In which
Fish
case,
can't
I'm
see
just like,
Pierce has 1 hit point.
Fish
Yeah,
just
okay.
died. They're in
yeah,
no.
cool. No, it's what I'm saying that it's fair to say that like because like Metal and Fish are closer is all. Like if they had picked up and started doing it. she would've
Yeah,
just
I
done
think
that.
I think you have the ability to do it at this moment. You even if they had more skill, you are better placed to
Yeah,
solve
cool.
it
All right.
right now.
So I like kind of gently shoulder them out the way, but also urgently drop to the knees and immediately start healing Cal. And all the while, she's like, "What are Cal's injuries, by the way? Is it just like blunt force trauma?"
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay,
She's got like
yeah.
cracked ribs and such.
Okay. So I'm imagining May like really gently like probing at the source of like where she thinks the injuries are, really like lightly trying to get a sense, starts applying first aid. And while she's doing all this, she's like sweating like profusely, but also like in this moment, her like years of being in charge take over, and she is like, there's nothing in her mind, but she needs to fix this. So as she's doing all this, she's muttering to Cal, really lightheartedly, but kind of like almost like deliberately trying to provoke a response, which is like, "Come on now, cleric, I thought you were made of tougher stuff than this. It would be a bit grim if a necromancer were to die down here in a hole with me, wouldn't it?" I just like going at it, trying to do anything to like hold her attention.
Got it. All right. Kekino is there helping you. He has grabbed a rubber glove and just put it over both flippers like a little bib, and he's like, "May, what do we need? Just tell me what you do. I got bandages, I got creams of some kind. Just tell me what to do. I'm here to help." And he's going to help speed up that stuff so that you can do it as a bonus action. And then let me just give me a medicine check.
Okay. D20, yeah?
Yep, D20.
No medicine check required on a healer's kit.
I'm aware. I'm
All right.
Something specific.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. Oh, it's a 6. It's not hot.
If you okay, for the total of 6, you stabilize Cal. She is totally good, just unconscious, and no longer needs to.
No, 1 health point. 1 health point. Yes, in your document.
You can expend 1 use of the kit to stay as 0 hit points without needing to make a wisdom check. Not.
Oh,
I'm
I thought it did
looking at
say. I thought looking
No,
at
the
Okay.
there is a feat you can get that makes it roll
Gotcha.
1, and I was going to give you 1 hit point if May rolled high enough on the medicine check. But yeah, Cal is unconscious still, but stable, breathing a little easier, wrapped up in a bandage, her cracked ribs stabilized and everything. She seems like she's going to be okay.
Okay. So I still got movement left, right?
That was your full turn.
Well, including my movement.
Yeah, you had to move. You have Cal off to the side. You had to run to the door and then run back. You've got like maybe 5 feet left.
Okay, I'm going to take that 5 feet. Small thing, I'm just going to take it.
Okay.
I want her to move. I didn't stay in that direction. If she's there, can she move like just towards the door as much as she can?
Yeah.
And she says to Metal, and turns to Metal. I think seeing that Fish is fucked, doesn't even bother talking to Fish because there's nothing May can do for them. The main thing is that they're inside and like no longer about to be smacked to death by these stupid fucking eggs. Turns to Metal and says, sorry, Maz, does Metal have heal or anything?
No, Cal is the healer. Cal is the healer.
And you can't use a first aid kit twice on the same person to give them more health?
You could theoretically. You would use basically, I would make you roll another medicine check. If you would use a usage of the medical kit. If you rolled high enough, it would get them 1 hit point, but it would do a use of the medical kit, and it wouldn't get you anything if you didn't roll high enough. Yeah.
Shit, okay. So
you could theoretically. It's a pretty low chance.
Okay, so but
Especially
now
if
it's
you're not a very good healer.
okay. So what happens with Cal being unconscious? Does she wake up once battle ends?
She wakes up once the battle ends. I'm also going to have her start doing medicine checks on herself, and if she she can kind of rouse herself to consciousness.
And Kekino will probably unless somebody grabs Kekino will probably be giving me the help action to do that.
Okay, cool.
I'd say that makes sense. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Okay. In that case, May is going to turn to Metal and say, "I need to be ready to let them in, or God willing, go back out there and help. You need to hold the fort, Metal." And then she puts her hand on Metal's shoulder and says, "Can you do that?"
I think I think Metal is still very upset and teary-eyed and freaking out. But I think she's gonna, like May's like like clear, calm focus, and it's gonna be like, yes, I could do it.
Excellent. And they like pats her in the same way that like she used to pat Cinna's arm, of like reassuring, like you've got this. And then she's getting prepared to run back to the door. And can I get one more bit of dialogue in?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. Sending stone to Isle and Stinner. Callus, the cleric is stabilized. How far are you two from the door?
Right next to it, boss, but I'm holding a lot down. I'll be last
Remember
in.
your Hulk voice.
I'll be last in.
May is like, with the sending stone.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow, we must have really bad service in here.
Patrick, was that what happened? That's what happened to me.
No, you were
I
so
called
much
you on the
deeper.
phone.
No, you were so much deeper. It was like Darth Vader going through a voice changer. I could not even understand your words. It was so deep. It was like almost beyond my hearing.
Fine. It's fine.
What about- So what about Isle? What does Isle say?
Isle says, I'm far, I can run. I was just gonna try to explode these motherfuckers, but it might be better to run. Can Isle talk to Sinner through these as well?
For just a moment, and then we gotta move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Just 'cause
No.
you can't have too much talking
Yes.
at any one moment.
No. Isle just gonna say, Sinner, are you ready to run?
Yeah, I'm ready. And if you want to explode these things, I'm ready for that too.
Okay.
Okay. May says, I'll be waiting at the door. Like, I'll open the door for you, but you need to tell me, like, when you're there. And then she cuts off the communication and is just, like, coiled, ready.
All right. That is Cal's turn with Isle on deck. I'd say, Cal, give me that medicine check with advantage.
$14.
14 is not high enough. You
Cool.
You are in sort of a dark place, and you can see shadows moving in front of you, but you're not sure where. You're not dying. You've got enough wherewithal to realize that, but you are sort of looking into death for this moment. That is Isle's turn with Fish on deck.
As a freebie, can I say she, like, reaches out or cuddles into Kekano?
Yes, absolutely. Kekano is still like sitting on your stomach, being like, "Come on, Cal, come on, Cal," and you just kind of like scoop.
Yeah.
And he nuzzles into you and keeps saying, "Come on, Cal, come on, Colliginous, you can do this."
Yeah, moves them up to her chest, probably. His little seals don't have ears, I'm assuming, but his little seal ear on her heart.
Seals have little flaps.
Yeah,
Oh, there
they
you
do.
go. Seal ears.
You do have very tiny ears. It's like
They got
a
it.
owl situation where they're like mostly under the fur, but yeah.
Did you know that you can see owls' eyes through their ears?
Yes, you can. It's incredibly creepy. Owls' eyes
It's
take up
fucked
like
up.
something like 70% of their head. Yeah, that is Isle's turn with Fish on deck.
Cool. Can I do a perception check to see if I threw a stick of dynamite, if it would give Sinner enough time to run in after I threw the stick of dynamite?
I
And also
think,
if it would if it would explode the door.
I think if you threw a stick of... Where are you trying to throw the dynamite?
The center of the room.
Center of the room?
At-
Okay, where the tank is?
Yeah.
You think that this... Yeah, give me a perception check.
Yeah. '21.
21? This is a blast door. Like, you think that, like, this thing exploding and being a big fireball in here was not outside the realm of possibility that they thought of. You think that door is going to be good. You're not sure about Sinner being able to run to the door and make it, but he looks like he is kind of bracing himself for whatever happens. You think maybe he's just willing to take it, whatever happens.
Sorry, May. I'm killing your mans.
I will say
Right.
you could also throw it more to your right, like, and still
Yeah,
hit the tank.
Yeah. All right. Can I? Do we think there's a difference of if I throw the dynamite and run versus, and also, and
I
or running
will-
than throwing the dynamite?
I will say, if you also use your bonus action, I will
Yeah.
let you get 10 feet farther away before the dynamite explodes. But you will take attacks of opportunity from the hollow men immediately around you.
Can I float something?
Yep.
Just because of that outcrop of rock next to Sinner, right? You feasibly could like huddle against it and kind of avoid some of the blast if you like threw it while you were running. If that makes sense, like get the right angle and then like
Yeah.
slide.
You can
into
absolutely move, throw it, and then throw it at the end of your move, or try to, do that little quick hop away. On the other hand, you're like already kind of decently far from the center of the room. Another 10 feet might get you so far. You'd be in a corner, so you don't necessarily have like an escape that goes bad, but you would be pretty far from the blast. Or at least kind of as far as you can get in this room.
Yeah. What do we think, folks?
Honestly, I think it's awesome and you should do it.
Full party. All right. All right.
If you because the thing is,
Yeah.
blast it down to 2 health points, you can just transform and then you're like, I'm good.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah.
You gonna move first, or you just gonna throw it?
I think we're gonna move
Okay.
and throw,
You will
do the
take
throw while running. Yeah.
throw while running, so you use your bonus action.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Give me
Although- I'm so sorry.
You could also, I will say, just use a bunch of your movement to get like as far away as possible, like tuck up in this corner or something, and then throw it from there, and then you still have a bonus action to potentially transform and, maybe get some more health or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You will take 3 attacks of opportunity if you do that.
Let's do it. Let's try it.
Okay. Tuck up into the corner as much as possible. Let's do these 3 attacks. That is 1 hit, 2 hits.
Okay.
But really shit rolls. So that's
Awesome.
8 bludgeoning damage total.
Awesome. Okay.
You throw the dynamite?
I throw the dynamite.
Okay, I was gonna make you roll a sleight of hand check because there was a bunch of people in your way, but you got to a clear aisle here. You just light that sucker and chuck it. Let me disable the music for just a second as we figure out what's happening here. I need to do a whole lot of math. Let's
I'm sorry.
see.
I also say hello to my big fucking friend.
Sick as hell. Damn.
Okay.
It's so quiet now.
All right. That is
Power word kill.
Power kill!
Yes, you yell power word kill as you throw the dynamite. All right. I need... Yeah, okay, wait. Let me double check this. Okay, it is theoretically possible. Let me get a bunch of dice. Hey, Vienna, this is sick as shit. I really expected this to be it'd be like, oh, I mean, you can. Not sure you want to be in the room when this happens. And you were like, everybody's out of the room except the two strongest. And we've already depleted the gas in here to a significant amount. Because this number on the tank is not just how many hollow men are left. It also helps determine how wide the explosive radius is and how much damage it does. Because that's the explosive, is how much shit is in that tank.
Awesome.
All right, so I am now going to roll to see if it is possible for the hollow men in the area of effect to survive. I don't want to roll a bunch of saving throws if even at minimum damage they're going to die.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking shit. Okay.
May's like, don't worry, I'll go out there. Boom.
It's like when Troy comes back in with a pizza box.
Yes, very much. Yes, very much that energy. Okay, that is that. Oh, God, I have to do so much math. Okay, Sinner actually gets advantage on this saving throw.
What, advantage against bombs?
No, advantage against dexterity saving throws from effects that he can see. Yeah, that did it. Okay, so that's not terrible. Now I've got to do all this secondary stuff. Oh my God.
Sorry, Patrick. You know what? What if you just let them all die?
This is...
I said, Patrick, this is what you get for putting us in
I
this
know I do, but also this is
Yeah.
such a thing. Let me see. Okay. That guy just got clipped, so I have to do that. I'm just gonna sit here and do math for a little bit.
Can you put the
We'll
tunes
sing-
back on?
Bring us, yeah.
It's never been
It's just the
Fire
sound of
flame.
flames just roaring
Yeah.
fire.
Middle's like,
Not good.
I'm PTSD.
Okay. As your reward for blowing this up, here's what you get.
Mission status 6.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, let me just do math for a little bit longer. Jesus Christ.
On days like this, hollow men like you should be burning in hell.
Wow, I forgot how much this slapped. our
Such a
tunes tonight
welcome
were
relief.
awesome.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah.
when Jonas
Okay,
takes
I
over
do
the
need-
world in season 2, this is what plays.
Yeah, I do need Isle to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, that's alright. There was a bomb.
Maybe like, wait, you said there's a bomb? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a bomb!
Yeah, it's the bomb.
There's a bomb and her name
Um,
is Isle Hind.
It's 20. Dirty 20.
You got a dirty 20? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, it's nice. Some fucking good luck finally. Jesus.
Okay, let me just make sure that was necessary. Oh my god, I need more dice. Yeah.
Imagine Isle. So she's thrown her spear thousands of times, and she's launching the dynamite as slow-mo.
So sick.
And then, yeah.
Oh man. And Sinner's in the room. Everything is cool. Everything is cool as hell.
Sinner's in the room. He's 8 feet tall. He's gonna be
They're
fine.
communicating. I mean, they're just looking at each other like, we got this.
Explosions.
When they
Oh, yeah.
were, 17, they stayed up late one night being like, it'd be really cool if we did this one day. If, we were in a room full of enemies, and then
Yeah.
it was just weird that we blew them all up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
You know how little
Like
kids are like,
Monster
and
Truck
then I
rallies.
pull out a sword, and the sword has power. That's like exactly what I
Yes.
was doing.
I need to roll so
Okay.
much for this.
Maybe use the internet. Can't you do roll however many
Say
dice at once?
Google.
Yeah, do a dice stand.
Google.
I
can,
can, but it's a bunch of
minions-
separate rolls.
Oh.
Can minions survive bombs?
I can roll with.
And the
Do you want me
answer
to
is
help you
no.
roll?
No, I'm just yeah, just give me a minute.
All right.
I am
now
going to
that we've-
abstract this slightly, but it's fine.
So now that we've done this, maybe this will blow a hole in the ground so we can just peek and be like, Jonas, are we going there? Is your fucking vessel there? Because I was gonna do, once I was back up, try to use Death Sense to figure out where the next room was, because there's bones everywhere. But we can also just peek through our big old hole.
That'll be great.
Okay. Now I can
I'm assuming there's a
abstract
hole.
it.
Maybe there isn't.
We'll see.
He's in fucking
Maybe
aftercare after this one.
Maybe we're on the
Jesus.
ground floor. I don't know if
We're
this
all
is
like,
the
let's
basement or
not take a long rest. Let's just keep going.
Okay. I need to output.
We listen to Death by Glamour next episode.
Yes.
Thanks,
Oh, good song.
thanks, Zane.
Dun, 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 dun,
Ink's
dun,
got the
dun.
Oxford.
As they should.
Yes.
Okay, but then I'm gonna play Big Shot.
Yes.
I don't know what that is, but I give you permission.
Oh,
It's
my
from the
God.
Hampton's song.
My sister
Okay.
is currently texting me about the Raylo publication drama, and I'm like, I'm involved in that marginally.
Yeah.
And she was like, what?
I was in it. I was there.
Yeah, I know.
No,
was
I
thinking-
was marginally involved.
Is it with Ellie Hazelwood? Is that her name?
No, this is a new one.
Oh, a new one.
Yeah.
Delicious.
So Patrick, am I allowed to talk while you're doing this, or just distract you?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, this will be our story time. This is this
Tell
fine if
Craig
Craig
about
says this. Yeah, no, it's okay if I tell Craig about this. I'll keep vague enough. So funny enough, I do know this woman. I never interacted with her, but I did know her. She went on a podcast with her co-host Ash. Her name is Kate, and she was talking about how my Raylo fic that went pretty big was
Yes.
like, oh my god, this is like a classic. It's so good. It's inspiring my own social media fic. I'm gonna do something like this, and like, oh my gosh, it's so good. But I, at the time, was like very like, it's very shrewd to take the premise of my fic, which is, I think you guys have all read it, or at least
Yeah,
know of
it
the
is a-
premise.
It is a classic, is the thing.
It is a classic.
Yeah.
I agree.
Um,
It's the only Raylo pick I've read, and it's a classic.
Thank you. But she basically took the premise of my fic, but made it multi-chapter and having smut, which from a marketing standpoint, that's like how you
Makes sense.
really
Yeah.
get people's attention and get something right. And I remember I was like, they're so similar. Like, Ray's username in mine was Ray of Sunshine, and hers was Ray of Light. And I was like, that was so
Nice.
obviously I wanted to use yours, but I knew I couldn't, so I had to change it, kind of thing. And I was like, whatever. It was not relevant to me at all the time, and I was not going to be petty. There's another person who did this, who I already hated, pulled the exact same move, and I was angrier about them because I hated that bitch. You know who I'm talking about, Vienna.
Oh my god, are you fucking shitting me? Is it
Yeah, she
fucking
did the exact
Bree?
same thing. Yeah.
I'm going to listen.
No, she
Megan
did the
knows
same
where
thing.
to
I
live.
was so inspired by Moody's fic. I wrote my own. I was like,
Does
I
she
didn't
know
make
who
it
you
for you.
are?
No.
Oh my god, I'm gonna
We never even interacted. Like, we weren't in the fandom at the same time. I just
That's
know from you guys.
through.
Anyways,
Most
so
women in-
Kate got popular through that fic. Started becoming friends with all these other Raylo authors. Got a publishing deal. From what I've heard, she started she was kind of like using it as a step up. And when she got the publishing deal, she like stopped talking about Raylo and stopped participating in the fandom.
That sounds about right.
And then what happened is she started review bombing not only all debuts that came out the same time as her book would, but the Raylo published books like Love Hypothesis and Hurricane Wars. Jiren, who is this big author who has a huge Twitter following, called her out on it. And she claimed that she had a friend in the Raylo fandom named Lily with 2 L's, who was the one who did all the review bombing and posted Discord screen caps. And the co-host of that podcast I mentioned where they praised my fic was like, I've been her beta reader for years. I've never heard of a Lily. And these Discord screen caps read exactly the way that she writes social media fanfic. And all of the Raylos are like, I've never heard of a Lily with 2 L's. I'm friends with her, and she always like introduced us to our other friends. Never heard of a Lily with 2 L's. So that's where we are now. She's
Oh
just
my god.
stopped talking about it, but yeah,
That's
it's very
insane.
marginally involved. I'm only very, very, very slightly involved from the fact that I could, if I'm really pushing it, I could say I had an influence on her getting published.
Oh my god.
H-Bomb are gonna
Wow.
make a video about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Interview me.
I am ready
I-
if you guys are.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, does this bomb
We all
kill
win.
Leocree? Because I hope she does.
Isle tosses out this stick of dynamite. Fuse lit. Time seems to slow. Bounces once. Bounces again and rests at the foot of this tank. And explodes. The glass shatters. The gas starts escaping. And for just a moment, there's nothing. As then the entirety of the room bursts into flames, wiping out all of the Hollowmen in its vicinity, and the Hollowmen themselves also explode, creating a chain reaction. That hits Isle for 6 points of damage as she manages to duck out of the way of the explosion. You hear the as the fire travels down the pipes and destroys all of these other platforms and kills the creatures on them. The chain reaction also kills this one and kills this one and kills all the people around Sinner, which creates its own chain reaction. As the smoke starts to clear, this room functionally doesn't exist anymore. The walls are fine. The doors are fine. The floor is a crater. As you can see, all of the pipes, wiring, everything down into the stone has just been scooped up by this explosion. And as the fire clears, you see the tank is empty and then destroyed. As, although they are a little far away from you to see, only 3 hollow men survive in the entire room. There will be no more. And does Isle go down with that 12 damage?
Just by 1 hit point.
Isle is down and
Isle is
making death saving throws. Sinner, because of being in a cluster of the hollow men, takes a total of 65 damage and is also down. For you in the other room, the door takes a little bit of the sound out of it, but there is an earthquake. Most of the things in this room fall off the table. Things spill over. And while the door holds, the roof, the walls, everything shakes and give off dust as slight things crumble. Even through the door, it is truly louder than anything you have ever experienced.
Are we out of battle now, Patrick?
You are now out of battle, as the remaining hollow men don't have anything close to them that they can focus on. These 3 remaining of their people, and it is quiet in the room.
Can May take an action unless we want to do Cal's?
Should I do that first? The earthquake wake me up.
Yes, surely the earthquake would wake her up. Just we need to roll the dice.
I need Fish to give me a Constitution saving throw, and I need Cal to give me a medicine check with advantage.
I rolled a nat 20, but it's -1 to Constitution, so it's 19.
It's still a nat 20 and far, far higher than you needed. You
Ooh.
are no longer poisoned. You finally feel like you can catch your breath. Tears are starting to stop, at least the ones that were from the poison. You know, you just tell everyone else that it was entirely the poison. And you're like, okay, ready. What's happening?
I rolled a 18 for my medicine.
Okay. You come up with 1 hit point, instantly conscious again. Vienna, I need you to roll a death saving throw and send it to me.
Once Vienna does that, I think we'll just role play it out. You know, Cal starts like getting up and just like coughing, and I think
depending
she
on how much
like,
time you spend, I'm gonna have her keep rolling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna get up coughing and then just like look up, like, you know, rubbing through her veil, like blood on her gloves, and like look up just like at, you know, whoever's like looking over her, and just be like, what happened? Wait.
I think Metal is leaning over her and is absolutely shaking like a leaf. And then I think she's going to say, I think that was the dynamite.
What dynamite? What?
I think it was the dynamite.
Wait, and then she's going to do a head count. And she's like, Isle and Sinner are...
They're out there.
Gets up and like immediately
Metal's gonna help her
the
up.
door.
Yeah.
Okay.
May
Vienna,
is.
give me another roll.
Sorry.
Did you say give another roll?
Yep.
Cool. Speed walk.
You speed walk in, you get the door open, and you see this just absolutely charred room. What do you do?
Can I, without this taking too much time, can I do a quick look at Sinner, see if he looks really bad?
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
Okay. Can I get advantage with Kekno still on me?
If you're carrying Kekino out into the room, I will say that will severely upset him to see the death and destruction.
Kekno was on her chest, so
if he's
Kekno went
coming,
with her.
yeah, if he's coming with you.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, Fish is a little bit pissed because it's like, okay, that's my son, but alright.
And you're traumatizing him.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
my medicine check for Sinner is 10. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, with the call of her not being able to think, she just like says like, fuck it, I don't give a shit about this guy, and starts sprinting about to Isle. Genuinely,
with a 10, you see that he is breathing and has actually already reached stability.
Don't give a
and
shit.
So he's
Run
probably
down.
gonna rouse
What the
himself a
hell?
little
He
bit.
has a tank.
No
He's
emergency.
literally.
He rolled a
He's
nat 20 on one of his death saving throws.
Fuck is with this
Legend.
guy. Yeah, running to
Unbelievable.
Isle as soon as
Okay,
I get
running
to
to
her.
Isle.
Spare the dying.
Okay. Give me Vienna, give me one more death saving throw as she's running across the room.
Okay.
Don't worry. If you fail, I have a life gem.
Okay. You get to Isle. She still seems to be holding on. Everything's good. You spare the dying, and she is stable.
Hell yeah.
Is she conscious at all?
Not quite yet, but you can
Okay.
kind of rouse her.
Yeah, kind of like shakes her by the shoulder and like sees that she's out, and then she just like collapses to her knees because obviously she's just like barely conscious enough to walk, and then just immediately did big magic, and it was like,
Yeah. Maybe you just kind of like collapse next to Isle.
yeah,
It's kind of like sit down on the ground.
yeah. Put my, I think, how is Isle completely lying down or like propped up?
Probably kind of like propped up in the corner. You know, she tried to like shelter herself as much
Cal,
as possible. Probably got
in
thrown
my-
a little bit by the explosion.
In my mind, Isle's sitting up like a rag doll, and Cal just in pure exhaustion and like not thinking about it. And if she was, she's like, I can get yelled at. Like rests her head against Isle's shoulder and just sort of like collapses like L-shaped on the ground like that, just kind of like resting against her, breathing really heavily. Kekno probably like between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. Kekino is very upset, just like, Isle, no. Oh, no, Isle, you gotta get back up.
She's okay. She's alright. She's okay.
Okay,
I'm okay. She's okay.
I think Metal is also like followed Cal over there so that she would not fall, and then is like sitting on her knees in front of them. I can't do anything to help, right? Because I have no healing potion. I have nothing.
You can do a medicine.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
You can
all
give
of
me a
you
little
kind of
kiss on my head.
follow. Yeah, a little forehead kiss. I think the three of you kind of follow out in a second group, so you are not hurrying as fast as Cal because there's not necessarily anything you can do. But you do see as you kind of get out just a little bit of kind of like rocks shifting, pebbles going down, and then you see Sinner is just kind of like just starting to drag himself out of this giant crater in the middle of the room as he is like semi-conscious and is kind of like, what's happening?
Is there still like anything on fire, or is there like smoke everywhere?
There is a quite a large amount of smoke. The fireball was actually so big that it sucked pretty much all the oxygen out of this room. So there's not like a lot burning because it just kind of put itself out instantly.
Okay. Can Metal just like sort of diffuse the smoke a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Go out. You just start doing gusting around, control wind, just kind of sweeping things out of the way.
Okay. Fish did not leave the room.
'Kay.
May and Metal left, and they sank down and just are sitting on the floor doing these ones. They got from Kekano in his distress. Yes, he's distressed, but Isle
she's
and Cal
alive.
are alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what matters. But they're just going to sit there for a second, alone in the room.
You're never alone when you're with me.
It was so instantaneous. the immediate.
Fish looks up, rolls her neck. I made real life cracks there for the extra effect. What was it in this room you wanted?
I believe it is sitting in the center table. If you would move over that way, I believe the others may try and keep you from having it. We do need to work fast.
Fish works on getting up.
Sort of struggle up, head over to the center of the room, and where most of this is pieces, in the center of the room, it's still a work table, but you can tell it was almost used more like a display case, is the most complete version of the axe. And next to it, you see fragments of broken black crystal. Jonah says, I'm afraid I'll need to take over for a moment. Otherwise, you'll die.
Let me come back and say goodbye.
Oh, it will only be for a moment.
Okay.
You can have it back as soon as it's done.
Okay.
You find yourself kind of falling away from your own senses, and you find yourself in this kind of blackness, this black place, but where before it was just some things in the distance that you weren't sure, now there is kind of this almost like a big screen TV of your own senses that you're experiencing through this, as you see your body walk over to the table, and your hands reach out. As you see your own hands, the black has crept up even farther. You can see it sort of pulsing within your veins as your hands, but truly Jonas's hands in this moment, snap off a piece on the back of the axe to reveal a larger intact chunk of black crystal that he very carefully takes out. You feel sparks against your skin, and you know that if you had handled this and Jonas wouldn't have, what he is saying is true. It would have destroyed you to handle this without protection. He takes out these pieces of crystal, and where all of the other places in the room you saw with your Eldritch Sight, the crystals were mostly inactive. There were speckles of active crystals, very small amounts. This is clearly the most of the still active crystal. Much of it is broken and drained. You get a little bit of commentary from Jonas in your own mind as he's shifting through. The caves were too well protected. They had to pull them from the margins. The ones on the margins always had flaws. And you see he separates out 3 probably thumbnail-sized chunks of black crystal that to your eyes are incredibly powerfully magically invested, and then very carefully a couple of other much smaller ones. He takes out of your pouch just like a little thing of cloth, touches it with his hand, and a symbol you don't recognize in black flame appears in the middle of it before scorching into the cloth, and then he puts the crystals in it and wraps it back up and says, "It's done. They are sealed. Now we just need to install them, I suppose you would say." He is you can feel him starting to withdraw from your senses as he has made it so, and you understand that this bag he has put them in will mean you can handle the bag without dying or going insane, but you still can't handle the crystals themselves as they are kind of contained and semi-neutralized. But as you pull away, and Jonas is about to give you your body back, you realize that in the same way that being in this position gave Jonas a lot of access to you, to your memories, to your feelings and thoughts, you have a more limited ability to do the same. When he is in you and you are here, his defenses are down. And so you have just a moment where you can probe a bit from some info, some memories, things like that. He won't be talking to you. He won't be explaining. This is unconscious information. So it may be fractured, may not have proper context, it may not make sense. But you can make a simple request, 1 or 2 words. Roll a wisdom check, just a d20 plus your wisdom modifier, and we will see what you get. Whatever you want to ask.
Sorry to have a second to think about it. I'm thinking this realm of magic between the shore and the sea, but how would that be worded?
You could say, you know that the technical term that Kitsune and Cal used was inner plane, but you could just say like planes, planar, something like that. You could even try like Godkin and kind of hope it's associated enough to get that info.
No, I want the plane specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a plane.
Okay.
We'll get my wisdom. 14.
14. Okay. A 14. You get sort of whispers before you get full information. The inner planes. The first thing you get is the safe place of the ancients, and you get a slight amount of context that the ancients would go to planes other than our world. You get senses of meetings, of schemes and hatred, and that's of course something Jonas is interested in, so it's something that he locked on to. That perhaps somewhere in the inner planes is where the ancients would go to scheme against their masters and against each other. You get an idea of what the planes are, these sort of pockets of reality created where magic and the physical sort of ebb and flow and wrap around each other, and with that you get the mortal idea of gods, which the ancients referred to by a different name that sort of gets translated. You can tell it's not, it's not a word that is native to any language you know, but it sort of gets translated as kind of like plane creature, of just like a thing that lives and exists there. And you get an understanding of kind of like weakness, of shallowness, things like that. Sort of the sense that the beings of the plains, including potentially your grandfather, were much weaker, more minor, easily destroyed, easily influenced in the time of the ancients. Whether that is still true or not remains to be seen, but the ancients, and therefore Jonas, looked at them as lesser than, as sort of byproducts of the natural order. With a 14, you get a sense that with a connection to the planes, you can travel them. All you need to do is learn how. Jonas doesn't know how the ancients did it, doesn't particularly understand how a human would do it, but understands that once that connection is there, you can transport. And you get a little bit of a sense of disgust with a 14, because the inner planes are this land where you can travel and things can affect the mortal world. These pocket dimensions can be shaped by the beings that are in here. But that's not what Jonas cares about, because the faceless ones are not on the inner planes for the most part. They are sealed outside our reality, in what would be considered the outer planes. That's where they are, and that's where he's going to go to kill them. And that's the info you get with a 14. Suddenly the sort of exterior sense of your vision, the big screen, disappears, and Jonas materializes back in front of you. Well, that's all taken care of. Wasn't so bad, was it? Just a little piece of your soul, but necessary. That May and Sinner, they really did. They did a lot for you back there. They were very helpful. I'm glad I didn't kill them. But I do worry that they're not just on my side, Fish, not on your side. Can I show you something? I was only in May's mind for just a short amount of time, but I pulled something out here. It seems like something you'd be interested in. In fact, it's just like something else you had. And he pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to you. And it is Canton's note from B about mind control, about the waiting and lack of patience on getting this. The person who was behind Canton. You remember that letter? It excited you. And then Jonas hands you another letter. A letter addressed to May. A letter in the exact same handwriting.
That is interesting. What do you want to do with her?
Oh, I just worry about her getting in the way. I don't need anything too bad.
She won't get in your way.
As long as that doesn't happen, I have no trouble with her. You might, though.
She's not that good looking.
Ah, yes. Ways of mortals. Just be careful, Fish. If you're not, I might have to do it myself.
Wouldn't want that. I'll be
No,
careful.
You'd burn out much too quickly. See you around. And you are back in your own body, in your eyes, and you have this mental image of the letter burned into your memory.
Mm-hmm.
And you lose 1 maximum hit point.
Let's take that off.
Yep. You did manage to stay up. It seems like you were puppeted in such a way that Jonas managed to not erase this last hit point you had that's keeping you on your feet. But
That's
your
nice.
maximum is down 1.
Sick.
Yeah, and I have posted that letter in the documents and handouts.
Thank you.
I just want to do a quick check because I'm sure Ellie is dying for her traumatic center May thing, and I have a lot that I would like to cover before we go down for nap time, and I would prefer to end at nap time and not be where we stop. Is everyone okay for that? What about you, Mads?
I would like to go to the bathroom and get ice cream.
Also, if anybody
100%.
is like, I do need to go, you can just go down for nap time and then just like catch up on the video, because again, it's just wrap up and then sleep. What do you think, Mads?
Oh, okay. I do need to go, but
We're already half an hour over.
yeah. But I
Metal
will
can just go
certainly.
to sleep and then we'll have the video.
Yeah, Metal is not doing well. Just whatever
Yeah.
is happening, Metal is
Yeah.
upset. You
Yeah,
guys
and then
can-
goes to sleep. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So valid.
You're gonna hop off now?
Yeah. Ugh.
We love
Love you.
you.
Okay.
Love you.
Oh my god.
I promise to God we won't do anything too insane.
Okay. Okay. I gotta
What do you
go.
got to do so late at night? Just
Remember, we still
I
have
gotta-
a stick of dynamite, so
bed? Yeah. you still
Oh
have fun.
no. That's how the episode ends.
yeah.
The other sting.
Mads,
No.
give us a power word kill for the road.
Okay. Power word kill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Authoritative. I like it.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Fine.
I'll catch up, everybody.
Okay, I
Okay.
think bathroom, and then we'll try to wrap this up within half an hour.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's okay.
We'll wrap it up in half an hour. And Metal just kind of like lays down next to Isle, kind of holds her and passes out.
Yeah. Everyone
probably
sleep on
she gets-
Isle's corpse.
Yeah, I think she probably gets like roused so you can move to a safer location, but Metal's like barely awake and then immediately passes out again. That's what happens.
So relatable.
Okay, run to the bathroom.
So, Ink, is
Yes.
Fish believing the Jonas hate train for me? Or is Fish is now like, I need to get this shit together and sorted? My god.
Ellie, Jonas is literally inside their brain. If
Yeah.
there is going to be anyone with the most influence over them right now,
It's Jonas.
It's-
Alright. I'll mentally prepare myself for this potential to go very bad. All I hope is that May being kind to Fish isn't forgotten when it
Not at
potentially
all.
gets bad.
not at all. They remember that.
Patrick, I'm going to be fighting you on some things in the next 5-10 minutes, or whatever, of conversation that May has with Sinner. I'm not fighting you, just being presenting a case to you.
Sure.
Just waiting for Vienna to get back. having big thoughts about how I'm gonna play this.
Well, keep having those thoughts, and I'll return to it later.
Woo boy. Oh man.
Oh, geez.
Mickey Mouse voice. What?
Literally. So, Patrick, did you intend this to be such a fucking free-for-all?
Yeah,
Because this is
kinda.
rough. Okay. I was just
Yeah.
worried because you were like, oh yeah, I've like adjusted the map. I was like, okay, so maybe it'll just be like a chill. No, okay. Patrick wanted us to
Cal-
suffer greatly.
Cal used to go down every single fight,
Oh,
every
okay.
single time. So I was like, oh, we're back to tradition, nostalgia.
What Mooney is leaving out is that Cal has very little hit points, and for some reason, such as running across to the other side of the room as fast as you can, Cal likes to get right in the mix, right in the middle, frontline fighter. Cal does not have Sinner's hit points, but certainly runs
The
towards
drive.
trouble like Sinner
Patrick
does.
wants me to like find a little like rogue spider corner to hide in and just like shadow people and then like go into hiding every turn, and I don't do that because it doesn't feel right for her character.
I'm excited
I
for the
think-
Calumet.
Yes, I am too. I think as she learns to trust the party more, she will be able to do that more, but she's just so like and also not helped by the fact that she tends to roll very well and do a lot of damage in fight, that she's like, well, if I die, I die. Oh, there's so much I want to get to.
It was okay. Do we mind if we do mine? Because I already need to go to the bathroom again. I've been chugging water for like the last fucking hour out of stress. So I'll do my little bit and then I'll come
Wait,
briefly
just
drop off.
go now.
Oh, okay.
It's time for the Patrick and Mooney podcast. How's things going?
Hello. Things are good. I did not play for 2 hours, but that's fine. I just enjoyed
I
my
know.
podcast.
I honestly didn't expect you to be like, I run into where all the enemies are, and then I just get the shit kicked out of me, and
I
just keep going.
Fine, if not for the nat 20s. That's what fucked me up. If I had been the nat 20s, I would have been able to corner myself in the room and like
Yeah.
just like take eggs out as they come and like just do my like nurture. The nat 20s were the only problem. I was in the room. It would be one thing if I hadn't been in the room by that point, but once I was there, I had few hit points, but not that bad, and I could have absolutely been like me and May, like barricade to go like do studying. And no, got fucked by those that nat 20. Which is fine. I don't mind too much. We're gonna catch up on all this stuff. Like once you told me that my attacks were all bad, I was like, cool. I'm just gonna be role playing during my turn, so it doesn't really make that much difference to me.
Well, it's not bad. It's just, the specific damage some of your attacks do is not useful.
I mean, all of them were bad. Psychic, I couldn't do psychic damage. Neoteric was reduced, and if she used her knife, that would have given out poison. So they were all bad.
Well, not all of her spells do psychic damage.
No, I have no spell points, so all I could do was
right.
either
You're right.
necrotic or
Yeah,
psychic.
necrotic would have done normal
bad.
damage though. So
You
that's
told
fine.
me it was reduced.
No.
You did tell me it was reduced.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Oh well.
We'll check the
Alright.
recording.
All right,
Now-
let's
I
go.
wrote necrotic equals checkmark, which isn't helpful to any. So I was like, I wrote about this. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I would like to be clear now that, we're all back and listening. I mean, Mads can hear this on the recording. Hi, Mads. I love you.
Yeah, we love
Love
you,
you.
Mads.
You're so cool, and I'm glad that you're my friend. Fish likes May. Fish does not like Jonas. It's just that one is literally in their head and the other is not.
And also posing a grave threat to their life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, when, Fish makes an implied promise that May's not going to get in the way, it doesn't mean they're going to kill her. It just means, hey, you stand over there and I'll arcane lock the thing. Anything like that.
All right.
I
Are we
definitely
gonna
understood
start?
it as you being like, like if you threatening Jonas, like being like she will not, like you will not do anything to her. So that's what I took it as. So
Yeah, you don't need to step in, or I am taking care of it. Yeah.
Yes. And then one last thing is how much of the hand is black?
It is now kind of up to the second knuckle.
Both hands?
On both hands, but it is still just kind of like a gray tinge above the nail. The entire like tip of the finger is black and the nail bed is black, and you can now kind of see the gray seeping up through the veins, kind of like a blood poisoning.
Cool. I'm going to make a reference for both Ellie and Vienna. Do you guys remember Haley?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
You don't have to.
I get bonus points because I just read it, and by bonus points I mean in my mind in terms of being able to remember it. So
That's all right. I'll post in chat. We'll all understand.
May I?
Floor is yours.
Floor is yours.
All right. So rewind a little bit. For May, the moment she hears that explosion go off, though she's still very calm, her heart like sinks because she knows whatever she's about to walk into is going to be bad. And when Cal rushes past her, throws open the door, and rushes off to Isle, May takes an initial step out and just like stops dead in her tracks. Firstly, and this is my case to you, Patrick, May, as someone who was born mortal, is uniquely like sensitive to the fact that World War II was only very recent in like all things considered, and also lived through several significant mortal wars on top of like seeing, you know, everything with Malevolent and whatnot. So for her, it's not like PTSD, but it's this moment of like just horror. And I guess like there is a secondary horror of like, man, this like entire facility is being destroyed, which would be amazing to study. But like it's so fleeting, and May actually like the moment she has the thought dismisses it. Of like it's so irrelevant right now. And then once she sees that Cal has like she sees Cal rush to Isle, stabilize her, sink down, and then like she can go, okay, so Isle's not about to die. Isle's gonna be okay. And then has kind of been avoiding looking in Cinna's direction, sees Cinna. So is he clawing himself out? Like he's okay?
He's crawling his way out. You can see he's very messed up. His clothes are kind of in shreds, and he's covered in burns. His hair is a little bit shorter because the ends have kind of like charred off. And it's also like in the May has not had like direct combat experience, but has been through several wars. There's like the smell of burning flesh and burning hair, and just like it kind of makes you sick in a way. But then after just a moment of that, he's just kind of like, whoa, and is like working his way out.
Yeah, okay. May like is still, I think May's still like she's unable to get out of that calm mindset, because if she does, she's not going to collapse, but she's not going to be in a great way. She also needs a rest. So May like immediately goes over to Cinna, and I'm going to roll medicine for May to try and catch him up somewhat.
Okay.
Or at least like help him. That is an 11.
With an 11, you don't really find a way to kind of like patch him up. You start to be like, oh, I can sort of apply a cold compress here, but it's sort of like the extent of the injuries, they're so numerous that as soon as you're like, well, if I put pressure on here, it's like, no, that's a pretty deep wound, that's a really bad burn. Like there's no place you can kind of like touch him without hurting him more in a way.
Okay.
And you see that he's just kind of in pain. And I think with an 11, you're just like, I can just like help him get up and like get out of this. And that's like the most medical care I can give him in this moment.
Okay, so May does that. Like she pauses for a second because she has that thing of like just reaching out to try and do something, and then realizes, like you said, if she touches him, she's really going to cause him more pain. And like crouches down, puts his arm around her shoulder, and like tries to stand up with him. Do I need to? You're not going to make me roll strength or anything, are you?
I am going to make you roll a strength check just because he is very heavy, but also like completely unable to
Right,
help you
cool.
in this moment.
Yeah, okay. Is it still a 20?
I'd say the DC is pretty low. I'd say it's probably
Yeah.
like DC 10. But yeah, give me that strength check.
It's a 5.
It's a 5.
It's actually a 4 because I get negative. Pretty sure I get -1 on strength. Yeah, so May absolutely miserably fails to lift him up. In that case.
May tries to heave him up. Sinner very quickly loses his balance and falls back down to his knees really hard. And you can kind of see he's like fuzzy, but he kind of realizes that someone is holding him, and he looks over at you with kind of a very unfocused gaze. It's like, "Oh, boss, I think I just need just like a good 15-minute break, and then I'll be good. Don't you worry about me."
I don't think May even knows what to say. So keep going.
Between the two of you manage to help him out of this kind of crevice, and he just kind of like flops and sits down, rests his back against the wall. Whether it was bravado or just sheer delirium, a rest will get him some strength back, but he's not going to be instantly better just chilling. And yeah, he's starting to get a little more attention in his eyes. And I think this is probably about the time Fish walks out.
Okay. May doesn't even look at Fish. Sorry, Fish. May doesn't even recognize it. And is like, all her attention is on Cinna. And as she sees him getting a little bit more like lucid, I guess, she puts, very unprofessional, puts her hand on his chest and says, like, don't move. Like, you did a really good job, Cinna, but like, you need to, don't move. And the calm is starting to wear off now. She's kind of starting to freak out a little bit. And as she's looking at Cinna and like all the stuff about like the war, all the people, she's like, as someone who like has effectively knows that all her mortal friends are dead, like real sense of loneliness. Fucking chat. And then I think this is my second case to you. May knows now that this is a weapons facility. May has seen the horrors of both mortal and I know obviously the Sorcerer War was like terrible, but like I think this mortal war was kind of more terrible in a more public way.
Yes.
Especially with like Japan and everything. So she sees that, sees that Isle nearly died, Cal nearly died. May herself like kind of barely scraped through. Cinna is in front of her, like who she is only seen in this capacity of incredible strength and endurance, barely conscious and suffering from like fucking 2nd degree, maybe even 1st degree burns. And there's this kind of snap moment in her where she goes, whatever the patron can give me is not enough to justify making this facility accessible to people who can do bad things with it. And I wanted to check that that's viable with you. I think it's viable, but also I'm very aware that I'm new to the game and metagaming is difficult to avoid.
I think it is a reasonable conclusion for May to come to. Do you say this to Sinner?
I don't like that you've asked me that.
Because right now you just kind of like have your hand on his chest while he's resting, and he is sort of like tries to push himself up, feels your hand, like kind of blindly feels around, and so kind of accidentally holds your hand against his chest for just a moment and goes, "Oh, are we safe? I should."
May pushes him back down. Like gently, but like.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of how I want to play this. Especially because Sinner's maybe not lucid enough to have a serious conversation with about this. I think May's going to say to Cinna, like, quietly, even though she knows She knows there's no way they're going to overhear them because they're all over by Isle.
Yeah, and they're busy with their own stuff. It's
Yeah.
not just sound; it's also concentration. Yeah.
Yeah. And her voice is very much like, this is like a murmur. And she said to Cinna, whatever the patron's going to give me isn't worth this.
He sort of looks towards you, kind of struggles, eyes still a little fuzzy, to make eye contact with you, and then does hold your eye for a moment, and then just kind of like slumps back and rests. He doesn't seem to respond. You got a little bit of him. He noticed you saying something. I'm not sure if you know, but he like understood and internalized what you said.
Okay. Is he now unconscious?
He is not unconscious. He is very out of it.
Okay. May like stays there a moment longer, hands on the chest, and says to him, "I'll be right back. I promise. I'm not going to leave you for long."
He
And
just gives
stands
you a
up.
very like shaky nod, just kind of without opening his eyes.
Yeah. And as she stands up, and can I where's Fish at this point?
Fish walked past her, paid her a glance, and maybe, like, she wasn't looking, but they, for themselves at least, went, yeah, nodded at her as if to be like, oh, great, you're fine. Went over to where, no offense, May, but their actual friends are.
Yeah, very fair.
Well,
I think
Metal, I will say at this point, while Metal is like most of the way to passed out just from like exhaustion, especially emotional exhaustion, Cal and now Fish have managed to rouse Isle, and she is up, kind of burned, obviously kind of groggy, not necessarily 100% clear about her surroundings, but less on the verge of death, mentally at least, than Sinner is.
Okay. May's going to walk slowly over to the group because she kind of wants to give them their little moment together. And as she walks across the room, she's kind of taking it all in, seeing like the destruction, and like maybe May 2 days ago seeing this would have been furious because it's such a loss of like knowledge and stuff. But now she's just kind of relieved that this can't hurt anybody. And she stops like a respectful, like maybe 5 feet away from the group, and says to them, Cleric, are you up for another heal?
No, I can keep someone from passing, but that's the most I can do.
Understood. I think we need to find somewhere safe to recover. I know that we don't have a lot of time. And obviously I understand you're prioritizing people close to you. But if Sin is barely lucid and Isle is barely up, the 2 strongest members in our party, I think we need to take a breather.
And Cal looks at Fish and does an Arcana.
An Arcana check to kind of like tell how.
Be like, if we take a nap, are they dead?
Yeah.
Because I think she, even though she knows like the candle thing, she would absolutely not have the knowledge of like, yeah, okay, but then they look like they're in terrible shape, so it's possible that that timer that she thought they had of, 6 hours or whatever, if she had any concept of that, that could be completely out the window now. So yeah, Arcana. That's a 21.
With a 21, I think that's enough for you to get the sense that, like, Fish is in a bad way physically. They've definitely lost a little bit more of their soul since the last time you checked, but it seems to be progressing not in exactly a linear way like you would kind of expect, but not in like an exponential way like you feared. Cal doesn't have the knowledge that Jonas took over for a minute and therefore sped up the
Mhm.
process, essentially. So you do get the sense that it's like sleeping is a not great option for Fish's kind of long-term health and survival, but it's not imminently fatal, and walking around with no hit points and
Is what?
everybody near dead is probably more immediately dangerous.
I'm gonna say she looks down at their hands and then
Oh,
returns.
they are standing with their hands in their jacket pockets.
Yeah, well, she already knew, so she'll look down at the hands tucked in and then look back up at them, and then just in response to May's request, just give them a head tilt.
Okay. Which May will read as like, yes, I guess. Yeah. And then May is going to like pause for a couple more seconds. And then I guess she's going to like very briefly kind of like come down to like one knee, like kind of like leaning on her upper leg. And she says, Cleric, I know that we've been at odds as of late. And I can agree with you that this was a trip for which I could have been better prepared. If I may be honest with you for a second, with everything going on as of late, something has slipped my mind, and now taking in this facility, which is clearly not a place of healing, I think there may be more going on than I realized with the person who's given me the funds for this entire excavation. And I know that this is a conversation perhaps better suited for when we're safe and resting. But I think we need to talk more about what exactly it is that you came here to look for, if you don't mind. Because I don't think this is a place that ever should have been opened.
And I think she's going to quickly look at the others to see if they're willing to have her speak on this, even though, because she feels like it's being addressed to her, and she's not sure if that's right.
I guess because Meadow's kind of knocked off, right?
So yeah, Meadow's pretty much taking a nap on Isle in my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way that I'm picturing it is that, so Isle, Metal, and Cal are all sitting against like the wall. And May has crouched in front of them to address them. Fish is standing like slightly behind and aside with their hands in their pockets, making eye contact from, lady to lady. And when she goes, maybe this ruin never should have been opened, Fish just goes, that's it.
Okay, and does anybody kind of like step up to respond to May? Cal's going
Kyle's
to...
half dead. She's not being helpful.
Yeah, I mean, Cal's also half dead, but she's definitely in the work
yeah,
to do.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So she's gonna exhale, and she's going to say, regardless of the function that we operate as a group, and what that means, I know that I owe you a debt, and that is something personal to me and potentially connected to my temple, but that is it. That is between you and I cannot speak for the sanctuary, but that is how I feel.
Can May roll a history? Because I want to know whether she understands the significance of a necromancer's debt.
Yeah, right. Probably.
And okay. Definitely, just to add really quickly, is Cal saying I'm not sure, is she's like, this is personal to me. It may be, depending on the politics of the situation, it may be more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to roll that history check quickly. It's not hot. Hang on. 13.
13, I think, is enough to be just like necromancers usually keep their word. They don't like do a debt obligation lightly. You've never had a necromancer's debt before, or really like spent long enough with one to accrue kind of a life debt or something like that. So you don't really like, you've heard about the significance. You don't like know the significance, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I was just gonna say real quick. In my mind, Cal knew pretty much instantaneously what happened with May because Kakano was just like beam, beam, beam.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Um,
that's my
sorry, pause.
explanation.
Vienna, do you want to hop off?
Yeah,
You can
but I
join the
love
nap
you
pile.
guys.
Yeah, go join
I
the
know.
nap pile.
No,
We'll drag
yeah,
you guys get
I'll like
dragged.
wakes up and is like, yeah, do whatever, and then is like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Unless we have another
and Metal are just slowly leaving.
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Cal's like trying to
May
stay
looks
up
to
as
the
you
two
guys are like,
bodies.
come back, fall asleep in
No.
our cuddle pile.
This is the yeah.
Unless we have another train
Okay.
situation.
No,
Don't
fuck
even.
you.
Don't even- I'll kill you.
All right.
Ellie
Vienna,
doesn't
get
know.
some
Vienna.
sleep.
Now I'm filled with rage. No.
Oh, don't.
No. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Great session.
Love you too. Good
Good
night.
night.
Love you. Good night.
The problem is I could do this all night. So
I know.
anyway, back to
Let's just get through
Um,
the scene.
okay. In that case, May, knowing that it's a separate thing to a normal debt, but not really understanding the gravitas of it, just like looks at you and it looks at Cal in appreciation, and then says, "I know that I think that we should perhaps move into that room and close it for now while we recuperate, because there are still enemies lurking about. And then once we're ready, we can move out. I'm going to leave you guys to it. I need to tend to my own, my assistant."
Yes. Miss Gladly, am I to understand you were proposing a sort of truce where we will be more loyal to those of us currently in the ruins than the institutions we came from?
Cleric Denier, I couldn't have put it better myself.
And she puts her hand out to shake.
May like looks at it for a second in surprise, and then like she smiles despite herself and gives you the hardiest handshake you've probably ever had in your life.
Cal has like the littlest, daintiest handshake.
And
It's
Cal's
like
like-
just the fingertips. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Also definitely got the bird bones that are easily
You crush
crushed.
her fingers.
Yeah.
Her last health point goes down and she collapses.
I'm almost done. And they stands up, turns to Fish, claps him on the shoulder, and says, "I'm damn glad you didn't die in there, Fish. You're a bit too much fun to have around to lose you now." And then like walks back to Cinna, and very briefly, before I relinquish the scene, she's going to kneel back down to Cinna, take his hand.
Sinner
and
has actually at this point like managed to heave himself up. He is on his feet. He was kind of walking towards you guys, but he didn't make it very far across the room, and he was kind of distracted by seeing still a couple of hollow men wandering around.
So he's upright though.
Yeah.
Okay. May's going to turn around and see him upright, look profoundly relieved, walk over to him, still like hand on the chest but in a bracing sort of way, because I assume he's not walking normally. He's kind of doing the like.
He's kind of stumbling, yeah. It's the kind of thing of like when you've got 20 health, you know, 1 hit point is a decent chunk of your health. When you've got 90 health, 1 hit point is almost nothing, and that's mostly dead.
Yeah. So she's gonna like arm around the shoulder now, brace him. And then like if she's like okay, the arm around the shoulder, so she's holding that arm to steady him. So there's like the other hand on the back. She's gonna like pat him on the back, but like it's kind of a bit more than just like a friend. There's more to it than that. I can't really describe it any other way than that. And she murmurs to him, I must say, Sinner, I'm very, very glad you didn't die in there. And there's not an ounce of cheer in her voice. It's like not lighthearted. It is profoundly genuine. And she says, Claire and I have agreed that we're going to recuperate in the room behind us. I'll have I won't be hearing your say in the matter. You are going to be sitting down and having a little sleep. And then she's going to turn around and like shepherd him in.
Yeah, boss. Okay. I will say, Miss Gladly, I'm pretty glad I'm alive too.
Mm.
Are you all right?
Relieved, mostly, but the more we go into these ruins, Sam, the less I trust the patron. There's more going on here. But that's a conversation that I've said to the cleric I think we need to have once everyone recovered. And I think really at this point you can drop the Miss Gladly.
All right, boss, whatever you say. And I also think in that comment you gave, he is in a bad enough way that kind of like his filter is a little bit messed up. And so when you're like, there's more going on, he's just like, new to contract work. There's always more going on. It's just not our business to ask. Kind of limps away with you.
And I'll relinquish, even though I guess I'm going to do like 5 hours straight on this, but go on.
And if you would allow, I would like to do a little scene if we could.
Please.
As like May walks away and checks on her, Hunk Man Hal like shakes her head a little bit of just being like, gee, all right. And like looks at like sleepy Isle and Metal and Keknos probably like trying to reassure them. And I can't say her expression softens because she has a face of fabric, but maybe her posture does in a way that you would understand that. But then as she kind of like has that moment, she like stiffens up and she turns to Fish and she's like, God killers, what do you want?
Something like that. Just some rock.
Do you know what it's being used for yet?
I've got an idea. And I think it's something that we don't have to worry about. But I am liable to be wrong.
If you or the entity would like to rely on my expertise, that's obviously something available to both of you.
Thanks.
Yes. Tell her thank you for me.
Thank you, Collagenous.
He nods, and then I think after like, you know, cuddly with Metal and Isle, she just like kind of like lightly taps them on the arm with like a gloved fist, and then gets up, kind of like rouses the girls, and
The
starts
fish
to
fully goes over
walk.
to Isle and like is gonna scoop her up and walk her over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then as they get into the room and join Sinner and May, she's going to be like, it's like the equivalent of like running your hand through your hair where she's just like pulling on her veil. And it becomes kind of obvious, I would say, I don't know, maybe this is a perception check, but obvious that like she wishes she could take off her veil, but cannot.
Yeah.
She's just like futzing with it really annoyedly. And she says, I think we use the door barricade in lieu of having watches, perhaps for safety. If you have the magic for it, Fish, you can add an arcane lock, something adds extra security.
I will. What will the password be?
I mean, I
You
don't think
decide.
any of those creatures know how to say anything other than high pitched shrieks.
I don't think there's going to be any more of them.
I mean, there were still a few outside. I think they just got very distracted.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, well, I'll make it a really long word. Bully the top forest. Arcane lock. You put your left hand in, you put your left hand out, you put your left hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the arcane lock and you turn around. And the password is
Is that not the password?
eggs.
Oh, you said a long word.
They're not going to be able to say it.
For them, it is long.
The door gets a magical shimmer that covers it. That you can just sort of see out of the corner of your eye, and things are sealed and secure. Doesn't look like a
Fish.
particularly comfortable place to spend the night, but definitely a safe one.
Fish immediately then looks at the door again and goes, Kitsune's probably going to be able to get in the ruins now.
You know,
Hopefully he dies.
you know, I welcome any booby trap that may fall upon him.
I think when May hears that, like I said, to it, like before this whole trip, she would have been horrified. Now she's like, I'm picturing that like Sinner Isle Metal slumped. I don't know where. Like Fish is obviously at the door. Is Cal further in with the guys like who are slumped?
Cal's probably standing at the door. You know, soldier who will not relax until everybody is sitting.
Mm-hmm.
So May is standing in front of the three who are just like borderline passed out.
Yeah.
And her hand goes to like her revolver and she's like, I'd like to see him try. No cheer, no fucking around. She is just like, God fucking help him if he fucking crosses me at the moment.
I mean, honestly, he can get past the first room and then the ravine. But we did leave a bridge. Oh, you know what? If we see him, we see him. At this point, I could not honestly care less. And she's gonna go take off her robe and like ball it into like a little like pillow bed. And I think honestly, like just like look at everybody and just like, fuck it, and just like takes off her underveil with her veil over and is just like tucking herself in, but she's like more hidden by her arms.
May is still standing between Fish and the rest, and I think she's going to come join Fish at the door. She like rests her hand on it, and then turns to Fish and says, "How are you holding up, Fish?"
Oh, you know, I'm all good.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit of near death between friends. She like jabs them a little bit playfully with the elbow.
Oh well, let's say it's not my first time around this particular block.
Cal tiredly is hearing this, and she's like, I can still do a spare the dying if you need it.
Calm down, Danielle. You
May-
need your rest.
I want May to roll insight on Fish, just like to get a general sense of how they're actually going.
Sure.
Please, God, let it be a good roll. That is a 16.
They are playing it as cool as possible and have had their hands in their pockets this entire time and will not be taking them out anytime soon. And they're hoping that it looks very cool and casual and that your attention will not be drawn to what they might be holding.
With a 16, do I pick that up?
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think May notices it. And she kind of gives Fish a long, hard look and says, You know, Fish, what I said earlier about honesty. I know you're going through it at the moment, but whatever you can tell me that might help.
Fish. I would like to make like a deception roll as well.
Go for
Do
it.
I have to roll insight or something, or is it just?
You
Yeah,
don't have
you-
to, but you can.
Yeah, if you're going to like implicitly trust whatever Fish says in this moment, then you don't. But if you
No,
are,
I'm
kind of
gonna
loaded-
roll.
Yeah.
Because I think Fish is actually a bit sus.
Okay, I rolled a 21, so good luck.
I rolled a 17, so
Okay, well, whatever. Fish takes one of their hands out of their pockets and shows May the Rock of Lies and smiles at her.
okay. Can I also roll perception? Because I want to see if, firstly, I want to roll perception to see if May notices the tinge, and then I want to roll history to see if May knows what remnants are.
I just
Uh,
want also to say real quick, Cal was like, cool, we're done, we're bedding down, and now is hearing like conflict and drama, and she's like, no, for the love of God.
I don't think it's conflict. It's definitely not conflict on May's part.
She can tell
It's
that
tension.
yeah,
Yeah.
she can tell May is needling them, and also like exactly what they're needling with them about, which she has chosen to keep secret. So she's like,
Okay.
no.
Alright.
She's
Okay,
like
so,
raising her head a little and just like, please stop. She doesn't say anything.
Okay, so I'm going to roll perception first.
I think with your passive perception, you can just see
Oh.
it. If Fish is going to take their hand out and show you the Rock of Lies.
Okay, cool.
Your
All right,
passive
that
perception is very high.
It's actually not that hot for the history roll. It is a what's my perception again? It's like 8, isn't it? 14 for my history.
Okay. 14 for history is enough to know that remnants exist. I don't think it's necessarily enough to know, like, oh, 4 days, they show these kind of symptoms, it creates this kind of thing. This is like their history. But I think knowing that they exist and that they are these kind of like spirits of like anger and hatred that nobody really knows where they came from, they just kind of exist, and experts can say like they're little pieces of people's souls, but we don't know why there's not like more that are made when people die, if that's the case. So you just kind of know generally that like, yeah, remnants exist. They're these things that possess people. You know, probably not. Maybe the Black Veins with a 14, but probably not like the sociopathy or anything.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to have like that starts ticking away in her mind, like the black skin thing.
Mhm.
That's all. And she goes, so seeing the Rock of Lies, she laughs. And is going to
Fish
let
goes-
it go.
Puts
Yeah.
back in the pocket.
And so May will let it go, and she gives like Fish a pat on their arm, and it's a lot like softer and more genuine, and is like and says, I think that time has passed making false optimistic promises, but we are going to do everything we can, Fish. I promise.
Me too.
And then and May gives gives Fish a really genuine smile, and then she's going to go. Actually, no, I think she's just going to stand there. Like her better attention is now like, even though she logically knows nothing is going to get through that door, she's standing there with like her hand on the pommel like of her hip, her whip's handle, and just like turns to you and says, "You should go get some rest. I think I need to just stand here for a bit."
Yeah, I've got a whole girlfriend to go look after.
Dad,
And a son.
it's bedtime.
Yes.
You gotta rest. You
Yeah.
gotta
Yeah.
rest. He's like headbutting your ankle. Sleep.
Yeah, hi. And how you doing there, pal? You all good?
That was really scary. I don't like it.
It's okay. Let's have a sleep and no dreams, hopefully.
Okay.
Off they go.
Isle has successfully unrolled like her main fur cape and is kind of using that as a pillow. So there is some room for Fish to be there with Kekino. Also, in incredibly tired but still a little bit awake voice, Sinner is kind of like still laying on the ground, just kind of awkwardly digging through his big backpack. Not like with any organization, just like pulling things out and leaving them on the floor to fix it later because he's too tired. And then he pulls out a big jacket and he just kind of tosses it in May's direction and only goes like half the distance. And he goes, "Boss, pillow." And then he puts his, and then he like shoves the rest of the bag together to make a pillow for himself, and then seems to pass out.
I think, okay, so May turns around and watches all these interactions, and then when the jacket lands, doesn't really know what to say, because that suggestion no one's like, I think she's always very used to taking care of other people or like making sure other people have what they need in this sort of context. And she goes over and picks up the jacket, and she looks at Cinna, and I think there for her there's this moment of like, I can't fuck this up. Like, not also with Cinna, but like all of this. Like, she is very aware now, like, she cannot fuck this up. There are more important things than her legacy at this moment. And she really hesitantly puts the jacket on. I imagine it dwarfs her, but still has like, and turns back to the door. And there's like a table in the middle of the room, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah. I think she like leans against the table facing the door and just like waits. And that's probably all she's going to do. And she is having big feelings, many big feelings.
I think that brings us to our long rest. Unfortunately, we can't ask everyone, but of the three of you, do you want to like post any kind of guard other than May, any sort of guard rotation, or is it just the door is sealed, we are passing out?
That's what that's what Cal said, and I stand by that.
The door is sealed, we are passing out, and Fish is lying down with their front pressed to aisle, maybe like a little spoon at the back, you know, the little big spoon.
Yes, the backpack.
The purposes of which are, one, holding aisle, and two, if May tries to go through my pockets while I'm asleep, she will alert one of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Kekino is kind of laying like a little bit pinned between you, just sort of snuggling up. He was shivering a little bit when you brought him to bed, but now he seems to have settled down and dropped off to sleep.
I do think May's going to end up falling asleep standing up. Like, she'll nod off eventually. So she will still heal. She's still going to heal.
Yeah. Cal took
in
her...
next session, she'll be like this, standing, like leaning against the...
Cal took her cape and boots off, so she's like very tiny, curled up like a little cat.
Mm-hmm. And I think that marks the end of this session. We close in on our party having found some modicum of safety and getting some much needed rest. And that does it for this session.
Y'all.
Patrick, I fucking swear to God, that was horrific.
Oh my god.
Really
Do we need to kick out Craig?
Yeah.
That was... Oh.
Hold on, I want to power word kill him to death.
Okay, power word kill.
Craig. Power word kill!